think I would go through like an adrenaline rush of like, or trying to see if I can find a way to just end my misery. But then I would hope to hit a stage where meditation will help me clear my mind. Um, Before I go purely insane, because like in due time, like your brain kind of just sits there and you kind of just go insane if you want to think of more in a human aspect. um, I feel like if somebody is very disciplined and teaches themselves to be disciplined, I think it would actually work out. And
Hey B, what's going on?
there's a lot of things out in the world that we don't really know about, and if I can live that long, my goal is to just
Hey
try to
BT.
help people as best as I can, and
All right.
just try to
Good.
warn generations ahead. But if I do that, I'm pretty sure if you're talking about IRL stuff, like government wise, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be taken by the government and just like they're gonna probably like go through my brain or try to figure out like, how are you living forever? What are you doing? Why are you trying to warn us of the future? You know, they'll probably keep me locked away, but I think my best bet is just trying to get away from the government, hide myself, and just preach to the people who are willing to listen. And you know, I hope I could not be so lonely. I would be sad if each generation that I watch or fall in love with dies along the way. It would be very sad. And I think at some point I probably wouldn't even love or marry another or watch another generation pass away. Um, so I think that's like my kind of thought on it. Does anybody else have like an idea what they would do with their internal life?
One thing beforehand. Castlevania is actually one of the predecessors of the Metroidvania games. Metroidvania being the side-scroller games.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. What about you, Wolf? Do you think you could live for an eternity? Nice talk. Tori, what you think? What would you do with eternity?
I always said one thing. If I got offered eternity, I would only accept it if I could end it at my will. Otherwise, I personally would not want it. But if it was forced on me, then yes, I as well would see that
I guess that's fair. I guess eternity is only fun when you can actually turn it off. I believe that's actually true. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
help people as much as I can.
Alright, that's fine, B.
But also seclude myself in like a village somewhere in the outskirts where there's not a lot of people, but people are there who just are able to be helped. But I do not want to live forever, man.
Yeah, I honestly would take it as like a freaking curse at that point, because I'd be like, what the heck? Why me? Why do I have to live forever? I honestly would take it as like a curse to the end of my days. I think I would be absolutely depressed, even though like I'm helping people, and I think the way the world is sometimes, I think I would be even more depressed because I'm keep seeing these things that I'm trying to help fail. And honestly, I don't even think I can go through it, but you know, I have to because I guess I'm living forever, you know.
No.
But like I said, like, you know, I think the government will just catch you right away because, you know, I can go into a deep dive of what the government could be holding and stuff like that, and honestly, like, they have a lot of...
Why don't we talk about that? I'd rather talk about the alien thing then. That makes more sense.
Stories and stuff like that. Don't they have... Doesn't the government have a website, like a website where you can see undocumented documents?
Undocumented. Undocumented, hon. But yes, there is a website for that.
On there of what they post and release to the public.
Redacted?
Redacted, yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, redacted.
Don't you date it?
I thought she meant undocumented.
Anthony, what did you say?
That English is clearly not your first language.
No, my English is not my...
You mean non-humans?
Okay, English is my first language.
Don't start with me. Don't start with me.
That's even worse.
English hard
Let's talk about that.
for me.
Let's talk about the psychology of why you can't speak.
Because my brain goes faster than my mouth. And so I think too fast, and then words don't. I kind of just don't sit there and think about my words.
Or you're just very special.
I'm just very special.
That's what I was thinking.
No. That's messed up. What the fuck? Why am I being fucking bullied?
I wasn't gonna say anything. Tori said it for me. If you're gonna get mad at anybody, get mad at them.
I'm not mad. He's not wrong. I am a little stupid.
No. You are. You a little upset.
No, I'm not upset. How would I? Okay. Anyways, since I don't know where Wolf has went, so I think I'm just gonna move on to the next topic here. I'm pretty sure once he gets back, he'll give his own opinion about
What is that cold breeze? I'm feeling a cold breeze. That's kind of strange.
the living internally forever. Because he said earlier when you were talking to him about it, he actually had some pretty good insight about the human mind and all that stuff. Eternal life.
You said
but-
internally.
Sorry. Internally eternal.
Eternal.
Either.
E.
Okay, the EA Sports. It's in the game.
EA Sports.
I'm so glad I made it very clear that I'm going to pick only the best conversation to edit, because I am not editing every conversation they have. Because that's going to be a pain in the ass.
It's only a scam.
To look at.
Anyways, let's just move on to the next topic. So what I also wanted to talk about is that in America, you know, the way things are going right now, for women specifically who want to have children, because the birth rates in America has dropped significantly. I can't
You mean
fucking
Significant.
Careful.
Extremely.
Careful.
significantly during the years of our generation. And I think people are starting to realize that in different countries they treat their pregnancies a little bit more better than what they do here in America. And
Where?
I think it should be fixed, because like if you get pregnant in America, it affects your job. And I'm just wondering how we can help the government to make those kinds of changes, and see where we can go from
That's by choice. That's usually by choice. Fuck.
there. Because like,
Wolf 582 said I have to use this.
okay, so we also have a TTS bot in our server here. So if you hear a bot in the background talking and stuff like that, that's
How?
just-
They have low birth rates too. The fuck? How is that possible? No, the Japan is and North Korea, Japan, and I don't know about South Korea. They got low birth rates too, and they're about to get bred out by the Middle Eastern people who run up in their countries if they don't do something about it. And I'm pretty sure in China you can only have like one kid or something or some shit like that. There's some rule. Well, I don't know if they changed that. I think they changed that, but I'm not very sure.
Wolf talking. Just know that it's not a real person. It's a robot. I think there was one more thing that I wanted to add about the pregnancy thing, but I just gotta look up what I said real quick.
Well, that goes hand in hand, because if that goes hand in hand. Well, like that goes hand in hand, because if people are making money, the likelihood they're gonna have children is gonna be high. But if people are not making no money, they're not gonna have kids. Kind of makes sense. It's like you're not gonna have kids if you can't even afford a house. Like if a smart person wouldn't have kids knowing that they can't buy a house, or they can barely pay their rent, but there's people still fucking trying to, I don't know. Well, they're fucking irresponsibly.
Oh, and then also, how does like the pregnancy affect the woman in general? So like after giving birth, women go through, of course, postpartum, and you know we have to stay home sometimes, and we can't go to work because we want to take care of our children, and like things and ways of like how we can make a difference for women who want to stay home, and also add in like family aspect of being a community. And I would hope this one is a little bit more bigger conversation. So what I found out is that in different countries, some women can go a year without going to work and be home purely with their child. A year or two. I don't know if it's in Germany. Tori, give us a little bit of insight what your country does for first time mothers or mothers in general in your country.
If I remember correctly, it was 2 years and sometimes even 3 years that you can stay home with your child.
Yeah,
and that also applies for dads as well. So that's and you get paid fully.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
You cannot
like,
lose your job due to it.
Yeah.
It's protected.
I think that's what I was saying to Tony earlier, is that, like, I remember you talking about that, and I was like, damn, and you don't lose your job?
582 said, shit, I don't get shit for being a man, I helped make that too. Okay.
Yes, the men help to make the pregnancy happen. And yeah, in America, the men don't really get much maternity leave as well either, and sometimes they can lose their job, and it actually really does suck. But you know, let's say
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I said this yesterday. Before you do a podcast, do a little bit more research before you jump into this, because the problem with this is why a lot of people fail podcasts. They think podcast is just giving your opinion and call it a day. No, sometimes you have to do a bit of research to make the conversation going. Because after a while, when you start talking, people are gonna realize you're just talking from your head. You're not talking from like a form of facts, or if you are talking from a form of facts, they're either very like loose, you know what I'm saying, or they're very loose in most cases, and it just sounds like think tank type responses instead of like a hard, like statistical type conversation that can like spark a like either a debate or a form of conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Yes. I that's what I said. Many, like, I was not even trying to be mean. I was, that's why I gave my advice to being in our crew. Being in our crew, because this is like this is why a lot of podcasts fail, because most cases they don't do any form of research. See, the difference between what I do and what they do, the point is like, what I do is coming in blind with the idea that I'm just bringing my opinion, nothing more. Whatever comes out of my mouth is either based on my experience or the facts that I know that are the facts that I know dedicated by the facts that I know based on what my experiences are, alongside it being truthful most cases, because it's either been proven to be true. But I'm not coming in there to talk about statistics, facts, and stuff. I'm just coming here to give my opinion based on what we're seeing, because we're all seeing at the same time. It's usually something new. It's like there's a form of nuance. But when you guys pick these topics, this is why I would not talk about these topics. I will talk about things that you have more experiences in sense of like, say like anime, right? I will talk about anime because most people know what anime is, and then you can talk about tropes and how you can deconstruct those tropes to a degree, because they're more of just ideas that could be expanded upon based on how the story is going, based on the show you're talking about. But when we're talking about things like pregnancy in other countries and stuff, you may hear, yeah, you might get paid in Germany for being pregnant for 2 years straight, but there might be a caveat to that you don't know about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would not talk about this. I would avoid this. This is why I don't jump on these topics like this, because I know it's going to strike a chord with people, and some people don't know how to just say, okay, they're just giving their opinion, that's it. And then some people will take that as like you're trying to give a pure fact. And a lot of people are dumb, and they take opinions, and they can't tell what an opinion a fact is, and they just take what they think is an opinion and run with that, and they don't do any due diligence or research. And then this is why we get the word disinformation from, because a lot of people don't want to put the effort to understand, research, and make sure thoroughly what they're talking about makes sense. This is why I don't talk about these things. I avoid these things because there could be a form of nuance that I'm not sure about, unless I'm totally sure about that entire subject, right? So she said she heard, or she was told by that in Germany you get 2 years of pay. Like you get 2 years of pay, right? For being pregnant. But that might be great that for work, but there may be another caveat to that might negate that, in a sense of like, okay, I get paid for 2 years of work, 2 years of being pregnant, but there might be a drawback to that makes it more difficult for me to want to do that or live in Germany for that specific reason. Or there's other like rules and regulations that are there that may make it difficult that the US does, because remember, not every country is perfect, right? One country does something better than the other country. So it's like if you're playing a video game, right? You pick a hero. Like one hero is better than one hero in one place. Not all. There's no one perfect hero. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm using a hero shooter response, but like every hero is different. So you got a tank. Tanks on defense, and not it's not great in healing and support, but it's great for defense and attack. DPS is good for like mainly attack. I wouldn't say a lot, for like half on defense and little to nothing to support. Support is all great on healing, support, and armor, but it's not great for tanking, as in defense, or attacking DPS. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at it that way. So even if you hear 2 good things about what Germany is doing, there are probably 3 other things that America does way better than Germany, right? And a lot of people do this. They run with the idea that they hear a few good things that they like hearing, but they don't think of the whole thing. It's like when people say, I'm going to move to Canada because they got free health care, right? Which they do. But what you don't understand is, yes, the free health care is there, and you can get free health care whenever you want, but you're going to be paying some crazy ass taxes. It's expensive to live in Canada, right? So like a $5 footlong is not a $5 footlong. It's like $10. It's not even like $10. It's like 10, like 82. It's like a very odd number because the taxes are so high. All that taxes covers that so-called free healthcare. So you know what I'm saying? You're getting free healthcare. You can break your arm and get it fixed almost instantly, but you remember you gotta pay a crazy amount of money to, like, I don't know, other things other than just medical. You know what I'm saying? You're not paying any medical, or I don't think you even need an insurance if there's free healthcare, but everything else is gonna be expensive as shit. Yep.
Of us don't get any.
No, yeah. I know that there's a lot of jobs out there in America that don't give fathers maternity leave at all.
Yep.
But for me, like, I have a child, and of course, like, I had to stop working.
There's a reason why other countries move here. I mean, other people from other countries move here. There's a reason for that.
And now I'm home and, trying to find ways of, like, how can I make money and as well teach my child to be a better person out in the real world. And my idea is like, yeah, I can work at home on the computer doing like customer service calls or insurance claims, but the struggle is, for this main point, is that there's so many people doing that at home right now.
Okay.
It sucks for us stay-at-home moms. Like, we are trying to find ways to make money from home.
I'm confused. Wait, hold on. Wait, what does that? Wait, if okay, are you saying there's no job? Are you saying there's no jobs for single moms or something? I'm not sure I'm not sure this point. Maybe I'm misreading what she's saying. She said, wait, let's go back and on.
Is like, yeah, I can work out and as well teach my child to be a better person out in the
Uh-huh.
real world.
Uh-huh.
And my idea is like, yeah, I can work at home on the computer doing what, like customer service calls or
Okay.
insurance claims,
Okay.
but the struggle is for this main point is that there's so many people doing that at home right now.
Okay.
It sucks for us stay-at-home moms.
How is that? Just because there's more people doing it doesn't mean it sucks for you. You just gotta work a little bit harder, or stand out a little bit. It's more competitive. I'm not going against what you're saying on that part. It is more competitive, but it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. That was a weird. And it's not just affecting. Remember, it's not just affecting single moms. It affects everyone. And yeah, you may have a kid, and there's an urgency. I get that, but like that's any more urgent for anyone else who's living on their own, or looking for work. You know what I'm saying? No one's getting hired like that because, well, everything's expensive and people are drawing back, and they what do you call it, oh my god, Silicon Valley money is dried up, so like these companies can't just go to reserves whenever they want to when they fuck up. Right now, they have to literally be a company now and rely on their P's and Q's now. They can't just fall back on, like, you know, reserves, and if they don't, it is what it is, right? But I don't know what to say. I work from home, right? And I'm lucky to work from home. Now, I'm not even talking about YouTube. I'm not talking about YouTube. I work for a company at home, right? It's hard, and I get it, but I get constantly in my email, my personal email, a constant wave of job opportunities that you can apply for, right? And they usually do ask for like some form of experience, or you have some type of experience in something. You don't have to have a degree per se, but they do ask if you have one. It does happen, but um it's hard, don't get me wrong, but you can find a job that doesn't require you to have a degree. Actually, there's some jobs you can find that they'll train you if you have no experience whatsoever. It's possible. It's going to be a little hard, but it's possible. But if you're dedicated to, improving your situation, it won't take that long. It's going to be hard. It's going to be spiritually draining, trust me. But you know what I'm saying, you can do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard, but anything's possible. So
Like, we are trying to find ways to make money from home, and most of us are resorted into making videos, posting our children online, um, doing quick cash grabs of like ads of selling products, and like that's what I see, and it sucks because, like, why do we have to show our children online? And I'm pretty sure there's women out there
what show you what
that don't really care or mind of doing that. But like, for my instance, I don't want to show my child online.
Who's telling you to do this? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, no, I get, okay. You're not required to. Then, like, I think what she's trying, what I'm interpreting, okay, I think what she's saying is there's single moms out here who's trying to work from home. Since they can't get a traditional job, they're resorting to using affiliate or going down more content creator routes. Fine. And I guess what she's saying is that if you're a single mom, you can relate mainly to single moms, or at least moms in general. So I think she's saying, as a content creator, I don't want to just be a single mom who relates to single moms. I don't want to like post up stuff about my kids in the sense of like doing single mom memes or doing single mom affiliate links that refers to only single moms or like moms in general. I want to do content that doesn't have to do with my kids, which you can do. You can. It's just depending on what niche you pick, and hopefully it's something that's not shameful. Hopefully, but nowadays mothers are more incentivized to not give a fuck about that. But like, let's just say you don't want to post up about your kid. Not a requirement, but I can see what you're trying to say. If what she's trying to say is like, as a single mom, I don't want to talk about or do content about my kids. Fine, you don't have to. You can talk about anything else. You don't have to do single mom stuff. You can do dresses. You know, you're in your early 20s. You can still, or your early to mid 20s. You can still do like clothesline stuff. You can do like makeup stuff, perfumes. You know what I'm saying? You can do, right? You can do educational stuff. You can do anything. You're doing the podcast, right? So like, you know, there's avenues on this. And I know she's talking about the idea of making money as fast as possible. It really shouldn't, but like, you know, a lot of people tend to treat social media as a form as a last resort to a degree, or sometimes a first. I think we should treat social media as more of a side thing, never a thing that should be either a last or a first. It should always be a side thing. I know that from experience because I used to treat this thing as it was my main job. It is now currently my side job. Thank God. I'm kind of glad that it's not my main thing anymore. But if it was my main thing, that means I'm making a decent amount of money that I don't have to worry about even working for a company. But you know what I'm saying? But I think we should treat social media content, if this is what she's talking about, as more of a forever side thing till it becomes such a lucrative payday or a lucrative paying income that you can say, this is my main job. I don't think you should ever strive to make your side job your main job, because that side job can be taken from you depending on how that is constructed. So let's say you wanted to be the biggest YouTuber ever, right? And then you work your ass off, you put 2, 3, 4 years plus whatever, 5 years plus in your YouTube channel. You're at 500,000 or something, or even at 1 million subscribers, and then tomorrow Google pulls a plug on you and says, hey, you can't make this style of content anymore for whatever fucking advertisement reason. Then your ass is grass. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like Neon said this, never make yeah, like never build your house on a Hey BT. It's like what did he say? Don't build your house on like on the grounds of a quicksand or something like that. I forgot how the saying goes. Always make sure that the ground is stable before you decide to build a house.
I don't want to show my dirty house and then make a video of cleaning it and selling a product at the same time. Like,
you don't have to do that. You can, sadly, you don't have to do it. You can use AI for that. Oh, that one's too. That means being hypocritical. I think that's a metaphor for being hypocritical. But yeah, just don't. Actually, quite frank, you don't have to do all of that. You can just use AI. People are using like AI influencers to make money now. You don't even have to be. It doesn't have to be you. You can just make an AI influencer and then sell products. You'd be surprised, a lot of people making a lot of money doing that. So
I don't want to do that.
You don't have to.
I want to be able to work from home, find a job from home where I can take care of my child, and while like my husband works. And you know, if my husband can also stay home too, that would be great. And I was telling Tony, like, I feel like there should be a program for moms specifically where they will hold spots for like first time mothers or mothers in general, where they can just specifically work from home. And I think
why mothers exactly? Why not parents? Why why mothers specifically? Why is it only to the? Why does I don't know why it's always like a female handout. Why is that? Because if as a man, if I were to say a thing, they'll call me lazy. Yes, it would. They'll like it. It would be systematically abused, right? Because what will happen is she'll think because they're doing that right now. Like they'll have one kid get free shit from the government, and then when that kid gets to a certain age, they'll have another one right after that kid. So they'll just keep having babies. You know what I'm saying? And usually, most cases, they don't even stay with the man that they're having babies with. Sometimes they'll put babies on a man that doesn't even belong to him that he didn't know about. That's not a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm just saying. You know what? Whenever making a program for something, you always have to think, how can this be viciously abused, right? Whether you're making like a video game or you're making a program for like a social issue or something, always not like first it has to solve a problem. Oh, are you? Hey, Sylph. Like, okay, let me put it this way. Yes, it's good for a program to solve a problem, but it's a problem when the program doesn't focus on how it can be easily abused, right? So it's like always think of it like if you play a video game, and there's a certain like tech in the game that allows you to make more infinite money. I think for those who remember when Destiny 1 came out, there was a glitch that a lot of people was doing. I don't think most of you might remember, but it was in the cave glitch. Okay, so mothers, I guess, since they give birth. I guess, but like for them to get birth, the dad has to fuck them too. Remember, the kids are in the balls of a man first before they get into a woman. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, a woman's pregnancy is important, but the man is just as important. Because remember, they always have this saying like, okay, if you have, right? So like, let's put it this way, like, so like, I think they're saying men are just as important as women are when it comes to the whole birth thing. And they said they had that one thing with like an island where if you had one woman and 9 guys there, and she had to get impregnated by each dude, it'll take what 9 months, 9 times what 9? That'll be like 81 months for each of them to get a child, right? But if you had one guy and 9 women, he can get 9 children in 1 year. You know what I'm saying? Kid glitch. Money glitch. Remember the money glitch? You guys don't remember money glitch on Destiny? Yeah, the kid like so like if you put 2 islands, if you have an island of 9 guys and 1 woman and she had to get pregnant by each of them, it'll take 81 months for each child, right, to be born. But if you take one dude and put 9 women on that on a different island, it'll take at least 1 year for each of those women to get pregnant and have kids probably around the same time. If he had if a dude fucked 9 women literally in one night, he can get them all pregnant. They'll all be pregnant around the same time in 1 year, less than 1 year. So
people who are currently working from home now should actually go to work and not be able to work online unless like they have disabilities or mental health issues.
Tell me an American who don't have some form of mental health issue. That's gonna be abused. I'm sorry. I understand what she's trying to get at. I'm not even technically arguing with her or arguing against her too much. I'm just saying like human nature is just as evil as it is righteous. Right? Is their quirk, right? Like, is their quirk. Is their quirk. Right? So like always remember, human beings are just as wicked as they are righteous. Right? So people are going to abuse that shit. Remember when people was faking having Tourette's on TikTok? They still do it, but like, remember that was a thing in 2015? Yes, obesity's not one anymore. Ozempic exists now. I got nerfed. Got mad nerf once Ozempic came around. Holy shit.
And I could see this already being a problem because, like, I know everybody's just like, no, I don't want to work in real life.
See,
I visit the world.
see. She knows.
And do stuff online and blah blah blah. I'm not hating on anybody. I just feel like there's so many people doing it now because, like, the work job place, and this goes for the video that I made yesterday. Overworked people. We're tired in America. Like, we're tired of slaving over for companies and not getting the time to have rest. And I don't know if it's different for you, Tori, in your country where, like, your people can, you know, take time off or whatever specific days that they can go to work. You know, like, I don't know how overworked your country is.
It depends on the job.
I have this weird feeling that we as the West have a real problem of letting other people know we're tired, but not knowing what other countries say. Yeah, you ever feel that way? They'll be like, we are tired, we are this, we are that. Like Americans will tell how tired they are, but you'll never hear how tired Asian people are. You never really hear them complain. You know what I'm saying? You hear them complain about communism, but you never really hear about working. You know what I'm saying? And they escape the communism, right? To come here. And then when people who been only born here wants to push socialist communist views, Hassan Piker, the people who ran away from that look at Hassan like you're insane. Correct. And then, you know, it's like, it leads to a situation where, like, and it's not even the students are the byproduct of what the professors have put in them. Actually, professors now say they're more scared of their students. It dropped. It makes sense. It makes sense. Because, like, I kind of look at college now as, like, adult daycare. Right? I see them as, like, adult daycare. I see colleges a little bit of adult daycare for most people there. Most of them are activists, or they're just there just to be coddled half the time, right? And I blame these professors in the varsity leagues being infiltrated with woke Marxist ideology nonsense.
But there is the ability to take a day off or so if you're extremely overworked. But of course, we also have asshole bosses who don't allow that. So that can happen, but in general, our country is pretty lenient with that, because it actually cares, because we know if you're overworked, you're gonna be less productive, less shit's gonna be done. If you need a day off to calm down, get some stuff done that's been on your mind, then yes, you can get that day off.
Yeah.
It's gonna get taken out of your vacation days, of course.
Yeah.
But you can just do, like, if you notify, like...
Ain't that what you can... Can't you not do that in America? Like, you know what's funny? I know Bean probably does not know this, or probably some of our friends do not know this. In 2015, if you worked for Google, you had a spa room, you had a playroom, you had a eating room. They had a feng shui room. They had a literal chair for you can be in there to sleep in. Like, I don't think people realize in 2015, most of the people who was living in the tech world, they don't realize this, was living within the tech world. You see all these TikTokers when TikTok went off. a bunch of these tech girlies, fucking who is it? It's a Gundam brought this up many times. These tech girlies who was in Twitter or working at Google would make videos. It's true, right? See, I'm not making this. They'll make videos saying how they get to eat every second. There's a candy bar somewhere. They're getting lunch somewhere. They meet a meeting. They always go into some fuck-ass meeting. They said they worked a little bit. They did a little bit of this, but they're constantly... Look it up right now. You can type in on TikTok or YouTube. Tech girlies. It'll be girls, not even dudes. Dudes will not do this, but girls will do this. They will show you a whole... What they do in their whole day, and they'll go to, like, Google... What did you find? They'll go to Google. Not Google. They'll work at Google. They'll work at Twitter. They'll work at Facebook, and they'll show you that they'll just living this luxurious job where they can just work for like 1 hour and then go eat more candy. Yeah, China's really dystopian. Yeah, it's even more dystopian than us right now. But we're falling behind them. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's the dystopian part. Yeah, we're gonna be walking into a Cyber 77 type of universe soon. Yeah, it's very dumb, but like, you know, China don't trust their people, but they trust them to be China doesn't trust their people, but they trust their people to be as subordinate as possible to them, to their government, to the CCP.
For example, let's take this week.
Remember,
Thursday.
Remember, Hassan was sucking off China no more than a month and a half ago from this point. Remember that.
And the Friday, people a
Yeah.
lot of times take off because yay, a long weekend. And you just need to notify at the start of the week, like, hey, I want to take this day off. And in general, people are just gonna say, yeah, sure, take that long weekend. And then a lot of people here just go
Meat
outside
rider.
a lot.
Yeah, he was definitely a
Or
meat
like
rider.
visit a bit of family on those days. And it's a really nice way to recharge. Just getting those longer weekends.
Yeah. And quick question, like how long is like your vacation weeks down there, unless it just varies?
If you work so basically
The problem with this questioning to him is like, yeah, he lives in Germany and he can give you a general response, but he said earlier every job is kind of different. So it's like it depends on the job itself and what the job requires. It's like any other job. I'm pretty sure there's rules, regulations that they at least have to follow by that's similar to our own. Maybe a bit lenient on certain things. But like, I think the problem with most Americans, we fantasize with... it makes sense, but like I think the problem with us as Westerners, as Americans specifically, we fantasize about other countries doing way better for some odd reason. I don't know why. I don't really know why. All right, B. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Hey, Mikey. Oh, that was Mikey who said that. Hey, Mikey.
The way it is, every month you work, you get like I think it was.
It is.
Every month you work, it's like two or three vacation days. So at the start of the year, a lot of companies do it at the start of the year. You put in your vacation days, and we have 30 vacation days. 31 vacation days per year.
Oh, so you could technically take off a whole month even if you wanted to.
There's still the...
Wait, back up. Whoa, what?
The year.
Go back.
A lot of companies do it at the start of the year. You put in your vacation days, and we have 30 vacation days. 31 vacation days per year.
Okay.
Oh, so you could technically take off a whole month even if you wanted
to. There's still the problem of if the workplace allows it.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying like it varies.
You
back
can
and forth.
usually get 2 weeks off without problems. But
I remember when before Elon Musk bought fucking Twitter, a lot of people did not know this, but the people at Twitter, the people who was working at Twitter before Elon Musk bought it, it was proven that most of them was not working. Like there was like majority of them was not working. So how they will do this, they'll come into the building, do like I think 3 hours of work, and don't come back after a week later. Some of them was doing that. In like 2015, 2016, 2017, they will come into work, sit down, sit at the office a little bit, be at a meeting, 3 hours of work, what's considered work. And I'm not talking about coding or anything. They would just come into a meeting, sit down, do whatever stupid meeting they have to do, and then after the meeting's over, they just leave. It was kind of insane.
A full month is a bit.
It's stretching it a little bit.
You can technically, but realistically.
Yeah, it's just depending on where you're working. But that's the
like I said. This is why she just said what I just said, and he said it at the beginning. It really just depends on the job. You know what I'm saying? It's like any other job, right? It depends on what the job you tailor yourself to and you're able to achieve, right? Some jobs are better than others, and some jobs come with more benefits than others. You know what I'm saying?
Because there's some jobs out there that will only give you a paid 2-week vacation, and that's how it is in America. And you literally have to fight arm and leg for it. And I think this actually happened to Wolf today. Apparently he was just going to go on vacation, and he put in his vacation.
Wolf 582 said, I just tried 4 days and it went under.
Very much so. You were surprised.
Yeah. He literally put in his vacation time for next.
Yeah. That's exactly how they did things. You can look this up. They was doing that. You can look that shit up. That shit was wild. When I found that out, I'm like, no wonder that there's so much bloat in the tech industry. It was a lot of people who got hired because of either DEI or just because they was at the right place at the right time, who was not doing their jobs when they should have been. And then all of a sudden, most of these mass layoffs, and then most of these companies are saying, oh, we're getting rid of them because of COVID. We overhired. No, you picked a lot of you loser, stupid people who shouldn't have been there in the first place. You know they shouldn't have been there, and you realize that they was causing you money. They was costing you so much money. So you're like, you know what? Fuck, this is the best time to do it. Let's get rid of them. And then if we get rid of some of the good ones, we'll rehire them if possible. I'm pretty sure most of those people had that most of these companies had that conversation with the higher ups when they started realizing and looking at the numbers, is like, shit, this is not making any sense. Our hiring practices is not working. Like, we hired a bunch of non-binary people. We have not made any more money higher than that. Actually, we made less than what we did. And we can't outright fire them because now we're going to be yelled at for discrimination and hatred towards their community. Fuck. Then when the pandemic came around, they're like, shit, this is a fucking blessing. Let's get rid of these fucking idiots. I'm telling you, they were salivating at the fact that the pandemic happened. Especially when they was getting checks from Biden, those relief checks. Remember when FaZe Clan was getting relief checks? FaZe Clan was getting relief checks, COVID for relief checks. It was wild, and they was throwing parties within the COVID time, whether you believe it's real or not. The fact that these people FaZe Clan got a COVID relief package, and then they started throwing parties within the height of the whole pandemic, knowing that that's the case. That was wild as shit. I was like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Shit. Sometimes we cause our own, we are our worst enemy.
like maybe, I don't even know, like 2 to 3 weeks ago, and he his boss went on, I don't even know what, she went on a leave or whatever, and well, manager I should say, and apparently she didn't sign the paper, but he took a picture of the paper, and like I guess today he was saying like, man, like I put in some time off for Memorial Day, and I talked to one of the other managers about it, and the lady basically said that if it's not signed and they haven't given to me, whether if it's approved or not, and in 3 days he will get the vacation days off. But since the manager didn't sign it, and apparently, quote unquote, they lost the paper, he is not able to take that time off at all, which it sucks, because now he's like, I could have been doing, I had to go do stuff like do work for my father. I had to go get my dog to the vet, yada, whatever he had to do. But that, it's just like, that's the difference between like in a country where they actually do care about their workers. And then
we gotta stop saying that a company cares about their workers. A company is a company. They're trying to be as efficient as possible. These companies don't give a flying fuck about your feelings, your family, they don't care if you're young, they don't care if you're old. They're trying to make money. And if they can at least efficiently do it, they'll do it. But like, let's be honest, we gotta stop saying that companies care about anyone. Companies are not looking out for you, they're looking out for themselves. We gotta stop saying that. We gotta stop saying that. Just because one company do one good thing doesn't equal that they actually care about their thing. Like let's put it this way. Remember back in 2015? Wow, a lot of I noticed all the most horrendous things happened between 2013 all the way to 2017. Hey, what's up? What's up, Bri? What's up, bud? So like, how can I say this? Okay, you remember when Xbox was trying to get ahead of the curve with the whole DRM thing? Remember that? Remember that tragic E3 event? It was in 2013. We all remember it. I'm pretty sure we all remember it. The whole Xbox tried to push the DRM thing, and you can't be backwards compatible, and you have to get a certain, like, you gotta get a license to share games or some stupid shit, physical media with other people. Remember that? And then Sony saw that when people booed them. When Microsoft got booed for that very nonsense, when people realized what the fuck they was trying to push. And then Sony took advantage of that situation and made a quick, fast commercial saying you can share games with your friends. And they said, step 1. And then they had the CEO of, I think it was the CEO of PlayStation. And they just gave each other the game. They gave each other the physical copy of a game to each other in in a physicality sense. And it says, hey, you want my game? Sure. And they look at us and laughed. And it was a big W for PlayStation against Xbox, because Xbox was trying to pull some BS bullshit dystopian shit going on. Remember that? And then people said, look at PlayStation. PlayStation cares about their players. And then now in 2026, 10 years later, we're now calling Sony the devil. You know what I'm saying? It's like no company cares about anything. You gotta look at companies like a soulless entity. It is a soulless golem doing its job based on what they provide in service. That's it. And yes, some companies do something better than others when it comes to their customer service or to their employees, or a case may be. But just because they do 2 or 3 good things doesn't mean they're going to do the other 7 things that leads up to that 10 as good. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
How it is in America. And this goes towards like pregnant women as well too. Like there's times where a job will still fire today if you're pregnant. And they used to do that back in like way back in the day, until like women had to fight for their rights to be like, listen, I'm pregnant, I need maternity time leave. And there's women today.
Actually, quite frank, it's quite the opposite, Bean. It's quite opposite. Women want to work you blame your sisters for that. Actually, quite frank, it's not that they don't want you to work. Well, pray your sisters in arms, the feminists, pushed the idea that you should work pregnant. A lot of you don't know that, huh? A lot of feminists pushed the idea for y'all to get pregnant and work while pregnant. That's why you see a bunch of women who are like what do you call it? News reporters or like celebrities and everything working while pregnant. Because if she works not pregnant, she looks like a weak individual. A lot of women, feminists pushed for that and lobbied for that very thing. Women should work while pregnant. That's the craziest thing.
Excuse me. There's women today who work their asses off until they give birth because they.
I remember the Asian woman. She was a comedian. I forgot her name. She said this. She's like, I blame you feminists because now I have to work while pregnant. Fuck y'all. That shit was funny to me. Yeah, it's that easy. Just don't get pregnant. Or find a man. Well, I'm not gonna just say solely find a man for that reason, but like find a man who loves you, you love back, who you cherish and care about a lot. Or, you know what I'm saying? Who has the resources that you guys can combine, so if something goes wrong, or at least you guys have enough income so mom can stay home while dad works. That's what my parents did. When I got when my mom got pregnant with me, she stayed home because my dad was making money. They was both working at the time. But when she got pregnant, they made the executive decision for mom to stay home and dad works. Right? Income. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's income, bro. But you just gotta find someone who's willing to work with you and compromise with you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do what works for you.
Leave, because if they take it early, they won't be able to get the 3 months. And there's a place that just gives you 3 months for maternity leave. And even if they do get 3 months of a maternity leave, they might lose their job when they get back, and it sucks, because it's like, why am I losing my job if I was gonna come back in the next 3 months? And
again, a bunch of feminists lobbied for that.
And some women just, they give birth and then they go straight back to work. And then there's some women out there who are just like, you know what, I'd rather just stay home with my child and lose my job anyways, because the husband is like, I could support you and yada yada. And that's how sometimes it causes a strain in the relationship, because now the father feels like he has to be the only one working, and then his wife is...
No, that's not a strain. That was expected. Y'all demonize that shit. No. If you ask most men, especially if they have the funds, they'll be perfectly fine with their woman staying home and being a housewife. They have no problem with that whatsoever. If you ask majority of most men, they're perfectly fine with that. They was bred to believe that anyway. Y'all demonized that for the last 20 years. It's true. Like, it's funny because when a dude tries to be a stay-at-home dad, he's seen as a weak individual if the mom's working. And then when a dude is like working and he wants his wife to stay home, there'll be bitches in their ear saying, why are you not working? You gotta let him do all the work? So it's like, you're damn if you do and you're damn if you don't. But if you fall into social pressure, you're gonna constantly be miserable. But if you do what works for you and your significant other, like, it won't. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, like y'all lobbied for that shit, saying like, oh no, I don't want to be a housewife. And that's why we got the girl bosses and all that shit in all these movies and video games, telling every woman to be the best you, take masculine man traits.
staying home, and the wife is getting frustrated at the husband because he's not giving the time of day to the children, and it adds a lot of pressure to a relationship. Specifically, what are they both doing? It is hard for you to.
You want to? Yeah, give me. Yes, it does make that worse. Yep.
Start a family in America, and then the pressure the government
Actually,
puts on.
what's funny about what Bean's saying that she's talking under the gaze of being married. Most of y'all don't get married. Actually, I think in America we have a 75% divorce rate, 85% divorce rate. Oh, wait, what is the divorce rate in the U.S.? Let me see. Current 2.4 divorces per 1,000. There's likely approximately 34% of marriages are projected to end in divorce, down from the historical peak of 50%. See. Oh wait, now it's it's changed. Okay, so what is the percentage divorce rate now in America? It says almost 50% of all marriages in the United States will end in divorce or separation. Researchers estimate that 41% of all first marriages will end in divorce. Oh shit, that's not good.
For you to have children, like Mr. Trump apparently was going to pay people in America. I don't even know if it's true yet. For women to start having babies, but then again, like, are they going to support the women having the babies? Are we going to get more money to have children for America?
See, the problem is that you guys are putting too much reliance on the government, and this is why we keep falling into this situation. When the government started telling, when it's who was that dude I was watching here on Instagram? He said alphabet companies will take the man out of the concept, and then what they'll do is they'll promise women a bunch of these programs for them, destroying the nuclear family in general, right? And they wonder why they feel alone and they don't have no one, because you took the idea of, like, remember, let's put it this way. Let's use an example. So I think, if I remember right, under Jim Crow, black people specifically was married at like a 80 or a 90% clip. I think like, yeah, 90% clip. Now after that, it's like, it is significantly low. Significantly low. The reason why it was so high is because they had nothing but to defend, to rely amongst each other and themselves. There was no government help like that. So they had to rely on each other. Same thing with other races who was coming into America, like the Asians and stuff, South Asian, East Asian. They have to, rely on each other. There was no internet. There was no like big governmental programs and shit like that. So most races stayed on a high clip of being married. But now, because government comes into the home and say, you know what, let's just remove the dad out of it, you get a bunch of like nonsense. And this is why these women end up having babies by different dudes, because they're not really having babies by the dudes because they like them. They're having babies by the dudes because they benefit them from the government. And they abuse the system, and then they have a bunch of children.
I don't know.
And let's just get one thing.
They get free housing, free insurance, healthcare, blah blah blah.
Straight across. Do you know how fucking expensive it is, dude? I saw this one person post on TikTok. Now, TikTok's not a reliable source for information. I'm going off of the video that I saw for about seconds.
Florida running Governor Fishback is running for that.
Section 8 housing, and then they're usually living in the ghetto area where there's a bunch of violence and crime and shit going on. So
okay, go ahead, Tony.
No, dude, like the
I
price.
honestly believe it's child abuse for having children in a crime-ridden neighborhood. I think it's child abuse to a degree. I think it is highly child abuse. You're irresponsibly having a bunch of children, know you can't take care of them, and then you put them in positions of being in the crossfires of like some form of violence or some shit.
In which, yes, the price in which,
and a majority of the time, the government knows most of these women can't take care of these kids or even control them. You like they know this, but they don't want to say it.
Pound birth cost. You go to a hospital, God knows how long you're there.
And because, and it's funny because once those kids grow up, they become future criminals. So,
woman specifically, she's going through this traumatic thing. But the guy, he's going through unbelievable stress because I think in reality, he got about to hit him. Mm-hmm. And then you're sitting there, everything's a little okay, it's not too bad, and you see the fucking bill. That puts you immediately in the debt.
Yep. I think my son cost about $13,000 just for him to be born. Yep. And luckily enough...
It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
$13,000.
Oh, that's not bad.
Wolf, I don't got 582 said goddamn.
Yeah, I don't got $13,000 out my ass. What you said, Tony?
I said, what the fuck? Over here, it gets taken over by your insurance.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Luckily enough, my insurance took over it. Luckily, I had state insurance at the time, and luckily my state insurance actually covered all that. But you also got to understand that some women aren't going through their state insurance or insurance in general, but then you also have to factor in the hospital visits you go to and the doctor visits as well. Because when I was living in Arizona and working for a company, they had some pretty good insurance, but my deductible every time I went to the doctor's office for my pregnancy before I moved was $100 every single time, and I went there 3 times.
Okay, bud, do your thing, bud.
And I was like, that's messed up. I was like, why am I paying every single time a deductible of $100? And I mean, maybe I'm sounding a little selfish about it because, like, I'm pretty sure people are gonna be like, well, that's a fair amount and this and that. Like, but if you're a struggling first-time mom, you don't got $100 up your ass all the time. And if you have a partner that didn't really support that, then what are you supposed to do? You know, it's hard.
But this is why you don't get pregnant early. This is exactly why you don't get pregnant in your 20s. Or at least in your early to mid 20s. You get pregnant in your late to early 30s, late 20s, early 30s. Because when you're in your early 20s, you're trying to figure out, and sometimes you don't even figure out by the time you're like 30, and then sometimes you don't even figure out by your 30. You figure out by your mid 30s, or probably at late 30s, early 40s. But like, it really depends on your situation. But like, this is why you don't have children at your 20s at all. My parents said, "Don't have your children in 20s. Don't do that. Don't make that mistake we did. Don't make that mistake." Like, it's hard to like hear that as a millennial because we was born to our parents within their 20s, but the times that they was living was different because getting a house was easy. Like, you could have a McDonald's job and still get a house, right? Or at least if you was a McDonald's manager or district manager, you can afford a home. You know what I'm saying? Like, rent was like what, $600, or I think I'm like $600 at max, or $800 at max, $600 at mid, depending on your situation. I'm out here wondering why I'm here because it was bland. Like, times is just different. You know what I'm saying? Everyone was working because there was no internet. Yep. And then like, you gotta put like you have to understand, like, people in the 80s, 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s didn't have to worry about internet and stuff. You like, for you to get a job, you have to physically go there, right? You gotta check in the yellow pages. You have to physically go to the job. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can get just hired right there on the job and start working the same day. You know what I'm saying? Times are different. and then it was sometimes first come, first serve, right? You can go to a job if you got there before the other guy, and you was available, they'll hire you. There was no big qualifications or anything like that, if ever, rarely. So times are just different now.
It doesn't make sense. So it's like there's a support system that's not really supporting us mothers and people who want to have children, and that's why in America, like, our birth rates
I like how the focus is always on the mothers, but you know there are single fathers who are struggling just as much, and they don't even ask for a handout.
Dropping purely of the fact that we just don't have the money to take care of our children. And even though, like, we have the children already, I think out of the 2 to 3 years of me being with my child, I think I spent over like almost $20,000. Not over. That's a little stretching. Probably like
15?
maybe 10 grand because of diapers, clothes, food, formulas, whatever. For other, like, I did try formula at some point, and just like materials, everything for my child, gas, and it's kind of like, all right, well, that's why not a lot of people wanna have children. But
no, this is why you get married first. This is why you get married first, and but we're in America, because when you get married first, you're making the executive decision and saying, knowing this person who I am going to spend the rest of my life with is in it with me for the long haul. But the problem is we use children as the ring now. The ring doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like, if I got her pregnant, that's the closest thing to a marriage proposal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I blame like shows like 16 and Pregnant for this. But like, you know what I'm saying? That's just, sometimes that's just how it is. It's a sad truth. They sometimes treat children like they're like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they use the children as pawns, depending on how horrible the parents are. This is why you should get married first before you have children. Yeah, it's like it's the point is, like, the reason why you want to get married first is because because you'll see it more as a like a big step towards that maturity line of life, right? You're not just getting married. There's something bigger than you, right? This is why they said between your peers and the people witnesses, and you're making a covenant between the person you're with and God. You know what I'm saying? Well, God first, but I'm just saying. So you have more of a moral obligation, a spiritual obligation to stay with said person and make it work, right? Before you even have children. And then when you have children, it's a second seal on the idea of like, this is permanent. You know what I'm saying? Right? It's like, it's kind of like that. You gotta look at like children as like a second seal, like a sealing, like a second seal, like a permanence on those type of decisions. Because by the time you even have those children while married, you already have enough income, enough at least life experience to say, okay, I can handle this. I can take care of another human being because I have been taken care of by other human beings. I have a human being that depends on me just as I depend on them. And now we're bringing this life into this world, and we're going to do everything in our power to give them the best life we can. And it's not about us anymore. It's about them. Right? But there's a lot of people who have children young. They have too many children young. And then what happens is they try to live their young stage within the time of them being a mom or a dad, because they missed out on life. You know what I'm saying? I think it was, who said it? I think Tommy Sotomayor said this. He said women stop at the age they get pregnant at. Psychologically, you're saying. So if you got pregnant at 16, and you're like 25 or 30, you're a 16, 30-year-old. So you still have the credence of that of a 16-year-old, but you're working at a 30 or 25-year-old position. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm trying to say here?
Whatever you do, don't look up helicopter ambo cost.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
God forbid that you need a fucking hospital to get you there.
Yeah.
Oh, just right. She's just big. She's like tall.
All right, listen, German boy, you don't fucking know. You don't have to deal with that shit.
Over here, maximum you pay for an ambulance ride is $10.
Might as well just die.
Yeah, and then if you pay for an ambulance to come get you in America, oh, fuck, you're already in debt as is. But what?
Make sure not to puke in the ambulance over here, and that's it.
It's kind of dude. I got
Just
fucking
hand me the
beat up
gun.
a while back before I went out to basic training. This is a month before I go to basic
Chat
training.
music.
When the ambulance pulled up, dude, low-key, I was more scared that the ambulance was there than the fucking accident. I'm sitting there like, please don't have to take me. I'm looking at that thing like a $10,000 bill. I'm like, fuck. I think I'd rather just die on the road.
Yep. No wonder why that guy that got hit by the car, he was just like, "Can I get a ride to the hospital?"
Nah, just walk off.
Like,
yeah. When you're on a budget, when you're on a budget, you kind of wish you had oh man.
Yeah, I guess I should say that. So some dude got hit by a fucking car in front of my work. When I did an evaluation on him, he's totally fine. But he asked the dude that hit him, "Could you just take me to the hospital instead of the ambulance?" And he's like, "No, I can't take you."
Why not?
Really funny.
I'll be like, yo, I'll be like next to Bri. I'm like, Bri, I got hit by a car. Can you think you can drive me, bro? And Bri'd be like, but why? I'm like, what do you mean, but why? I don't got. Listen, I don't even pay y'all as my mods. You gotta push me more in the hole, bud. Just take me to the out. Like, listen, you don't have to even take me in by yourself. Just put me in the car, drive me there, and I'll just slide myself into the place. Just adapt, right? Just adapt.
His arm hurt.
Yeah.
Did look broken. He was moving this shit around. So.
Oh man, yeah. So who knows? Yeah, it's just kind of like an interesting thing about this topic, because like we can keep going on and on of like what happens specifically between a mother and father, first time parents getting hit with a big bill. And actually, it's just funny enough, on TikTok, I saw this lawyer. This first time mom, her baby was born prematurely, and they were in the NICU. And if you don't know what a NICU is, for the people who are listening in on us, if the baby was there for, I don't remember if it was like 72 days. The parents were billed $1.8 million.
Did he rip it off? Yeah. Did it Sukuna rip it off?
And I was like, thank you. Fuck that. Sad for the mother, because like the lawyer was, and if I could find the video, I'm gonna insert it now so that you guys
Wolf
can watch
582 said, "Thank you. May I have more depth, please?"
Yeah. I'm gonna insert the video like right here.
How is it you already charged the insurance $1.8 million? I'm calling back, and this is for the NICU case that I am working. Right. So this was
bro, his eyebrows. Bro, who's that actor with the eyebrows? Guys, who's that actor with the eyebrows? He played Adam Warlock in the Guardians of the Galaxy 3 Volume 3. You guys know what I'm talking about. He looks like Sid from Toy Story. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? He's known for his eyebrows being curved up, and he has that weird face. I think he's a pretty good actor, and he can be funny, but it's like, yes, man, potential indeed. I don't remember his name. Okay, okay, Brian gets it. Brian knows what I'm talking about. Let's
just
go.
to catch you up, mom and dad have been billed $1.8 million, and there's an outstanding payment of about $84,000 that are co-payments. Last time I called, we went through line by line what the various charges are, and I questioned those. So since then, we've got the charity care application in, and it has been moved from collections. What you're telling me today is that your organization is willing to settle by half. So if they can pay, you'll take a $35,000 payment. Well, my argument is if you can take it down to $35,000, you can zero it out.
Hey guys, this is just me cutting into the video real quick. If you guys want to check out his TikTok account, go on there. He explains everything that happened to the mother specifically, so go check it out. Now I'm just gonna go back to our normally scheduled program. I was like, damn.
She's really trying.
$1.8 million, and the lawyer was going through the list
Louis?
of what the hospital
wait.
billed the parents.
No, wait.
And there's like
Are you talking about the show Louis from FX? Or that's his name?
A little happy sack or whatever. I forgot what it was called, but it's like a little sack that holds the baby up with the mother, kind of like a pillow where the mother can hold the baby. And they charged her $57 each and every time that they used the pillow. And the lawyer was like, you don't need to charge her every single time that she held the baby $57 because that pillow is reusable. She could just take it home and bring it back.
Oh no, you're thinking about the bill collector. I'm talking about the dude who from Guardians of the Galaxy.
But $57 just
from he played Adam Warlock. I forgot his name. I won't check it up. Let me check his name.
Shouldn't be a thing. And I think one of the comic sections, if I can find it, I think one of the comic sections said that they should have just been billed one time. And not build every
it's Will
Poirier.
Poirier.
But there was also other like products that the hospital was using specifically.
Can never say his
baby.
name.
I know it can be very
That's his name,
expensive,
Will Poirier.
To keep the baby alive at that age because they were very premature. But $1.8 million is a lot of fucking money. I wouldn't know what to do if my bill was that big. But moving on a little bit forward from that. For the women who are like home right now with their children, they are like working their asses off to do stuff at home, like selling products, creating like little things to sell stuff, and asking people like online to buy it. And it's just like it gets sad because like now I can't find anything online. I've been looking for jobs online and stuff like that.
Okay, I understand you're looking for jobs online, but you gotta put something in context here. Just because other single mothers are doing doesn't mean you can't find one. It's just gonna be a little bit more difficult. But they're not all taking the jobs. It's like everyone's going for jobs, for young people and old people. Everyone wants to work from home because they don't want to have another pandemic situation where they have to leave home and then they have to hope they get a government check. Now, the chances of us getting another pandemic like that is unlikely, especially with the hunter virus thing going on. People are more on their P's and Q's on that as civilians than ever, right? No one wants the whole shutdown to happen again, especially when people are on their shit. I think more people are more self-aware now about that than they ever did with coronavirus. I think most people kind of just played the devil's advocate with that. Even if they didn't die, either they knew someone who died from it, knew someone who knew another person who died from it, or even if they didn't die from it, they knew someone who caught it, had some type of effect, and whether it was long lasting, a certain amount of time. The fact that the coronavirus in general, whether you believe in it or not, caused so much hell for everyone, especially in 2020. Holy shit, that was like no one wants to go through that again. No one in the right mind wants to go through that again. So anything close to an outbreak happening and people on their P's and Q's say, how I'm going to avoid you at all costs.
It's super hard.
They don't want to do no more social distancing. They don't want to do none of that shit.
Hard because you need a specific education for it. And even if you do have the education for it, are you really still going to land that job? Probably not. And the job market in America freaking sucks because the jobs are out there like, oh, we want to hire, but then nobody wants to work. But then the people who are really willing to sit there and actually work, they are not hiring.
Batman can't deal with it.
And I was telling this to Tony earlier, and I'm going to repeat myself again from earlier as well. I feel like there should just be a specific...
Repeating yourself and not being mad this time.
Okay. But yeah, so you made me lose what I was about to say. Motherfucker.
Better go find it.
Where did the thought go? Where are my thoughts at? Where are my hoes
Chicken
at?
of the rock. Chicken of the rock.
Alright.
Maybe what you're doing.
Wolf 582 said lost and found.
Oh yeah, check the lost and found. Maybe it's in there somewhere.
There should be a program for mothers out there who are willing to stay home. They should be able to get a job from home specifically and be able to take care of their children. And Tony asked me, he was like, listen, do you think you are going to be able to raise your child? I think you were talking about like Gen Z parents are letting their children just go out.
So what I was bringing up
Yeah.
is that the previous generation to our own,
Mhm.
there was a group of children, and I know I'm not going to say the right term that everybody uses, but I'm going to say in my own term. They were a key person. They have a key to get in and out of the house. So they would wake up, nobody's there, make their own breakfast, organize themselves, then go to school, do their own responsibility. Come home, lock the door, secure themselves, make themselves something to eat, start working on their homework. Then an adult show up. A whole generation has lived and thrived in that environment. And now we're in this new environment. And I think people are going to have to start doing that again. But I think there's a push to not live that life because we have phones, we have the internet, and everyone's able to see the bougie life versus get your shit together and just do what you have to do to live. That nobody wants to fucking do this shit. Nobody wants to say, yeah, you know, I struggle a little bit. I have to get home. I'm by myself. No one wants to say that. Is it so bad? I wasn't one of those kids. I was out of school. I wasn't that kind of kid originally. I used to wait outside of school for a couple hours once school was done to get picked up. My family forgot me one time and I had to walk home. They didn't know where I was for like hours. And eventually they found me. They gave me a phone and I just became one of those kids. I'd get out of school, walk home, take care of my own homework, make myself food. That was it. They just forgot about me. They just focused on work. It's not that bad. You learn how to regulate yourself in your own space. If you didn't do well, it showed. It really forced
I think you're justifying the idea that your parents wasn't being neglectful.
you to grow up.
Yeah, but that at the sense of way, like for you, that works.
Like I'm not denying what he's saying is somewhat true, or I'm not saying what he's saying is like technically too wrong, but I feel like you're just kind of justifying that you was neglected at that one point, and it stuck with you for a good while. So,
but there is some children out there who are a little bit more susceptible to that feeling. It will, yeah, it will force them to grow up, but there will be a lot of mental
Wolf
issues.
582 said they got TISMS.
Tism, yeah. But I feel like for Tony,
yeah, I'm not okay with that. I would be shameful if my kid told me that I forgot them to pick them up from school. You know how scared I would be if I knew I had to pick up my daughter and or son from school and I didn't, and I forgot to do it for hours. Dude, I will have a heart attack beyond heart attacks. I'll have a heart attack beyond heart attack. Actually, other than blaming the parents, I kind of blame the teachers. Why no one, like, okay, he didn't get picked up from school. The teachers didn't like check up on him and say, hey, I see that no one's with you. You want me to call them up and see where they are? Just make sure you're okay. You know what I'm saying? Or like a parent. You know how like you ever seen that commercial? I don't know if you guys remember seeing a commercial where it was an old commercial. It was in like the mid 2000s or like 2010s, where there was this kid and they was getting picked up from school, but their parents didn't come, or they're running late, and the kid had a friend, and the friend was going to leave with their parents, and the parent was going to pull out of the parking lot and leave, but they saw the kid by themselves waiting for their parent to come home. So you know what the parent did? They said, you know what, buddy? I'm gonna stay with you. Make sure your parents get here. Make sure you're okay. Does anyone remember that commercial? It was a woman and her child, and it was, I think it was soccer practice. I don't think it was in school. I think it was like soccer practice commercial. And they said, it was like one of those, be a parent, look out for kids type shit. I forgot what it was called. It was a commercial that was literally pushing the idea that you never know what kids are going through type shit as a parent. So it's your job, even though it's not your kid, just, you'd be surprised how much a difference a parent can make or an adult can make in a kid's life if you just, put the little extra something for them, even though they're not your kid, right? And that stuck with me for a very long time. I saw how important that was, because that kid could have been kidnapped by some crazy molester person and never be seen ever again. That's I don't know. I don't like the idea. I'm not saying what he's saying is not true. I'm not saying that he shouldn't say what is true to him. I'm just saying I wouldn't. Yes, pass it along. Yes, PT, yes, thank you, Pete, yes. You know what I'm talking about, right? It was one of those pass along commercials, like look out for each other type shit, because you never know what kids are going through. Like it was one of those wholesome type commercials. I think at the time, Bush was still president at this time. I think, or Obama, one of those. It was either Obama or Bush, one of them two. I remember that commercial. It was like a kid who was waiting for his parents to come pick them up. They was friends with the mom's kid, and they was gonna leave from soccer practice. Yeah, PSA commercial. Yes, it was it's a public announcement type commercial. And the mom stayed with her kid, and I think she stayed with them to let them be in the car with them just in case the parents show up. And that was so nice, because no one was going to wait with the kid because everyone left. And they was going to leave this kid by themselves. The coach left, everyone left, and just left this kid on the bench at the fucking soccer practice with no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck? Like, you just gonna leave this kid by himself? Are you serious? Nah, bro, I'm not okay with that. That's just some crazy shit.
That worked. Honestly, like, but for me, from my personal experience, like, yeah, I was able to come home with the key, cook myself food, yada yada. But it was a very, like, for someone who's a little bit emotionally more intelligent and like cares about her family, I did miss my father being home. Like, I wanted him to be home and spend time with us and stuff like that, because like every time my dad did have a day off, he did take us somewhere pretty much fun, hang out with the family, watch TV shows with us, and like, but as a parent now, I want to be there for my child.
Hope you're doing well.
And there's a lot of people out there now who wants to be there for their children.
But this is why I don't like the idea of single parenthood. And I think more women push for idea of being single mothers. There are women who actually make it their mission to be a single mom. I remember there was a bunch of girls saying, I don't want to be with anyone, I just want to have a kid. I think some of you know what I'm talking about. There'll be women who'll be like, really like that. They'll be like, I don't want to get a marriage, I don't want to be in a relationship, I don't want to be with no man, I just want kids. I just want a kid. So they'll go to like a sperm bank or some shit. Which is wild as shit. You know what I'm saying? But you never hear a man say, I don't want to be in no relationship, blah, blah, blah. I just want the kid. You don't hear men saying that out loud. Because when a man says that sounds weird. Come on, be honest with me. If a man said, I don't want to do all the marriage thing, I don't want to be in a relationship thing, shit, I don't want to deal with no woman in her mouth, I just want the kid. People look at you crazy like, they'll be side-eyeing you, like, I don't know, bro. A grown man just saying that out loud? You just want a kid? Even if it's biologically yours? I don't know, man. Not saying it's technically wrong that you want a kid, but it's like the way that came out. No, not truly. That's not actually true. Just because they birth them, you'd be surprised how many women birth their children and kill them, or put them in situations where they get molested or maimed. You know, many women have like had children and they know that like they'll get like a boyfriend or something, right? Yes, yeah, I think so. I think that's where they will live in their children like evasively. Yes, I believe that. That's why, and then some of these women will be insane. They'll kill their children. They'll kill them by not taking care of them right. I remember there was one woman who had 9 or 10 children. I think she had 11. No, 11. She had 11 children, and she went on the news and says, "Who's gonna help me take care of all these kids?" Remember, she birthed all of them. She had 11 of them, and she had the audacity and the bass in her voice to go on the internet and on the news to say, "Someone got to help me with all these kids that she fucked to have." I think if you do some shit like that, you should go to prison. That is child abuse. I don't give a fuck how much you like those kids. If you like them kids, you have the knowing that you can't take care of them, you don't have the financial need to take care of them. You should go to jail, ma'am. Just like if a dude did the same thing and went up on the internet or the news and started saying and having 12 or 15,000 children and says, "Someone got to help me with all these kids." You're going to jail, sir. Sir, if it was up to me, you're going to jail. That is insane. There was no way that you can have, like, there is no way in Christ's heavens that you should be able to have that many children irresponsibly. That's insane. You should go to jail, sir. That's insane. And what's worse, those kids suffer. No, you should only have kids when you know you can afford them and you know you can love them. I don't think you should ever force yourself to have children just because your parents said it. You remember remember most of our parents had children because the times back then was much easier to have kids. The times back then, like I said, you can have a McDonald's job or at least two different jobs and have a house. Now people have like 3, 4 jobs and they still can't make the rent. It's easy for people who have children at a time where having children was not that big of a deal to say to other people that have more than 5. It's easy for them to tell them that. It's easy for them to say that, especially when they don't have to be told to when they have one. That's like almost enough these days, or at least 2. I my father-in-law does that shit. When are you gonna give me a grandchild? When we can fucking afford it? Because the last thing I want to do is try to ask you for money or borrow money from you when I can't pay my rent and I have a kid up with, I have to take care of. Are you crazy? Yeah, I think it gets a little weird. Yeah, I think that's a internal problem with her.
And not leave them to be left alone, because like I said, for you it have worked, Tony, but there is also a sense of fact that there's parents that don't want to be struggling nowadays to miss out on their children's life, because like that's what's happening to me right now. Like I don't want to miss out on my child like going to school for the first time and picking him up and hearing about his problems, about his day, and like, but I'm willing to work from home.
I think parents like that shouldn't worry about. I think honestly that's something that should be the least of your worries. What your potential mother-in-law should say is like, can you protect my daughter and can you financially take care of her? Because like worrying about how the baby's gonna look is gonna suck if you can't take care of them. You know what I'm saying? Can you provide what you need for my daughter so I know when I give her away to you? Well, the father would probably say this. I give her away to you, I know she's in good hands. A father should worry about that, not worry like, or a grandparent. They should worry more about their daughter instead of worrying about those kids. Thinking and knowing are two different things.
And even though there will be some forms of struggle by doing that, because I think I saw this lady where she does work from home with her children, but she does get like the mom guilt of not being able to, hang out with her children, take them places, and you know, give them an experience that they should have. But I told Tony earlier when he told me that, I was like, there's a way for you to teach your child to grow up and teach them independence, for them to work for themselves. And I saw a TikTok video a very long time ago. I don't remember what it was, but it was like something that I wanted to imply to my son. And it was that by the ages of your child turning from, I think it was like 5 years old to like 6 or 7, you teach them how to cut. You know, you show them how to, like, you know, with a frying pan, you start teaching them how to cook. And then you play the game of like grocery shopping and be like, hey, you know, grab your favorite fruits, grab this, give me the money. You know, you start slowly teaching them like the things to use around the house, just in case if you weren't there.
That's too basic as fuck. To be honest, in my honest opinion, that's too basic as shit. That kid's gonna learn that by either seeing you, or them interacting with certain things. Like, it doesn't take a lot of brain power for a kid to figure out what a cart is. I think I forced myself in the kitchen. I don't remember this kind of stuff. Teach them, no, teach them how to backbone, but teach them how to. I think the most important thing to teach your kids is to, uh, well, that's important to defend yourself. But I think the second most important thing, other than defending yourself, is probably how to handle money, how to make your money work for you, how to get into stocks, how to get into like land, how to get into. I know we're talking about a baby, but like I'm saying, like, or a preschooler, but I'm saying like teach them what stocks, uh, bonds are. Teach them what real estate is, land. Teach them how to how to pay their car note, how to pay their taxes, you know, their insurance, like these things that they don't really teach you in school. Teach them those things. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying not to teach them how to cook. You should learn how to cook. I think everyone should learn how to cook. But like, that's something that's gonna come by default, whether more ways than one. You know what I'm saying? But I think the most important thing you can teach your kids is know how to handle money. Definitely taxes, yes. I learned like taxes is a bitch. State tax, local tax, federal tax. Jesus Christ.
And then by the ages of like 7 to like 10 years old, they are able. You start showing them how to use the oven, the toaster, the microwave.
These are things that he's gonna learn how to do anyway. It's not like he has like. If you're teaching him how to cook, that's one thing. You're talking about utensils and tools. Yes, but like I'm not saying what she's saying is not true. Yeah, it's usually, but like also it's good to know how to use the stove as well. But like, the thing I'm saying is here is not. I'm not saying what she's saying is not important. I'm just saying I think the most important is to know how to handle money. Teach them how to not only handle money, how to spend money, when to spend money, and you know how to invest. That's gonna solve them a lot of problems, especially at a very young age. That will solve them so much problems. So, but yes, learning how to defend yourself is important. But you put him karate classes or something. Keep him disciplined. I think discipline. I think motivation doesn't really get you anywhere. I think is discipline. Discipline and consistency gets you there. Motivation is just like a flick of the back of the head. But like, if you're disciplined, your discipline will motivate you to get to where you need to be. Alongside consistency.
Supervised. Whenever they want to eat something, you show them how to use it, and then you let them do it supervised, of course. From 11.
Powerhouse of the mitochondria.
Okay. I didn't hear anything that you said.
I murmured a little, my bad. I just said, damn, all I know is what the powerhouse of the cell is. That's all.
I like how everybody just remembers that specifically. The powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah, because it was reminded in us for 3 grades.
Yeah. At least they could have, like, at least done other things to remind us, or drill into our head something else completely different besides from that.
Yeah,
But,
maybe teach me how to do my taxes before the IRS audited me.
See? See? That's more important. You learning how to use a stove is not that serious compared. Yeah, that's the problem. And a lot of our, and then we'll have, it's like those parents who says, it's like, okay, when parents do that, I sometimes think of the parents who tell you to go pick up a book and read something, but you never see them read shit. Maybe a Bible, but like, that was something that was forced upon them. But when they ever use go pick up a book and read something, and you never see them pick up any fucking book in their in your times of knowing them, it's like nearly hypocritical, and it's almost like a punishment, which is sad because they're like some parents use like a form of education as a form of punishment, and kids will end up hating it.
Maybe then, or maybe teach me how to buy a house. Maybe that would be fun.
yeah.
Maybe teach me how to properly open this can of beans. I cut myself 3 times.
This
Yeah.
beanbag.
Beans.
I cut myself 3 times trying to open this. Please help.
Help. But considering from what I'm saying,
Yeah,
from
yeah,
at least the
that's
age
the
of
sad
11,
thing. There's our parents who do that. They'll use education as a form of punishment when you misbehave. So it'll reinforce the idea that if I'm reading something, I'm being punished, or if I'm doing something educational, it's bad, or it's frowned upon in some way. So I subconsciously don't fuck with it. I'll do everything but do the educational thing that was placed upon me as a form of punishment. That's a bad thing to do.
to 15, they should be able to start using those products in your house by themselves. And that gives them a sense of responsibility. They have to clean up their own dishes. They have to, like, you're just basically teaching them to do their own things. And then by the age of 15, I think the person said, you start giving them their own allowance to go to the store, and you start teaching them, like, hey, how to budget.
Why are you not teaching that at 10? Why are you waiting at 15 when they want to use money and want to go in a car? I wouldn't wait that long. I would do it as soon as possible. You start very, very small and super, super simple. Till the concept becomes so second nature, you move to the next thing. And since they're young, they're gonna pick it up pretty fast, most cases. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you start them like a very young age. Very, very young age, like in single digits. So
You can
and
start
you make it into a game too. Don't make it into like a drill sergeant type.
your own products. If it's a girl, like girl products, and then if it's a boy products, of course. And later on from that, they can start going to the store by themselves. You can do it a little early on by the ages of like 11 to 15, where they can start going to the store with you and give them an allowance where they can buy their own snacks or whatever. So like, let's say like my child spends all their money on fruit snacks. Now, are they going to have money for the rest of the week? No. And am I going to give them any more money for them to buy their other stuff? No, because they should have thought responsibly.
No, but it's your job as a parent to say, are you sure you want to buy that? Yeah, that is very important. Personal hygiene. You don't want to stink around people. That's just wild. The like, well, I get what she's saying, but you have to at least give them a form of warning as a guide of being their guide. And I understand you have to let them learn, but sometimes you can give them a nudge in the right direction and say, you sure you want to buy that? Yes, you'd be surprised. A lot of people don't know how to clean themselves. It's horrendous. Or use soap. Yeah, but you can still give them a nudge in the right direction, saying, "Okay, I know you want to buy these, but are you sure you want to do that? Because if you do buy this," and give them an idea of how the consequence will be. If they have at least an idea of what you're trying to tell them, they can't say you didn't tell them anything. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, just like what Wolf said, he said you could at least tell me how to buy a house, how to budget my money, how to pay tax. You know what I'm saying? Like, give them a nudge in the right direction. If they still choose to buy the thing, at least they can't say anything. You can what, niece? It depends.
That if I really buy all these fruit snacks, I won't be able to buy soap or hair products or shaving cream if your child is already growing hair. They should know
And I can't
by
wait
that
to teach
time.
my children to steal.
Oh, that
Anyways,
just sounds very sad.
how is that sad though?
Wait, what's
You're
that?
basically removing the childhood, in my opinion.
No, you're not.
Like,
So,
be whimsical. Spend your money on bogus shit. That was the fun part about childhood.
I mean, it kind of was.
No, they can live with the choice, but you give them the option to say, you give them at least the nudge in the right direction and say, look, listen, if you buy this, you're not gonna have enough for this. If they still choose to buy it, then at least they can't say anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, and you give them warning. I'm not giving you any money after this. Don't ask me for any money because you work for that money. I taught you how to do X, Y, and Z. If you choose to use your money for frivolous things. And then it would be like, at least if you tell them that, they'll probably think twice and say, you know what? Dad and or mom is right. Maybe I shouldn't buy this right now. Some kids will still don't say, I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna buy it anyway, fine. Stupid choice, but remember, you're young, you have time, but then to mature through this. But like, then again, I'm saying, if you at least tell them, they cannot say, my dad never told me anything. My mom didn't tell me anything. And yes, they want me to figure it out, but at least they gave me a nudge in the right direction. They didn't tell me not to buy it. They gave me the option. I have $5 in Dinosaur War. I could buy a giant toy. That was $4.30. Let me guess. But I went for something smaller and you got more stuff. Let me guess. You have $5 and you probably bought 3 or 4 things instead of buying one big thing. Am I right?
Just spending money on dumb things.
I mean, yeah, they could spend money on, they could spend money on whatever they want, but they just gotta learn that at some point you're not gonna have that money.
Oh, just that one
to spend it on.
Yeah, but what ages are we speaking
All I'm
about here?
saying, all I'm gonna say is some of us make our decision, right? If we decide to spend money.
Because I remember as a kid, I remember this. My dad took me out to get a video game. And you know, like in GameStop, they always say, you know, they give like discounts and stuff. I remember the dude said, no, there was a deal. They said there was a deal where you can buy one game or you can buy 3 games that's in the great value section. Remember when in PlayStation 2 had those that seal on it saying great value, or is it great value? Did it say great value? Or greatest hits? I think it was greatest hits, like the greatest hits of games that was really like considered like the top tier. And I remember my dad said, "You sure you don't want to buy these games? Because these you get more games instead of just getting one game." And I ignorantly bought the one game. And it was not like a game I wanted. I just wanted to. I bought the game because I thought I went with the idea the game was cool looking. It's not like it was a game that was anticipated and everyone wanted to play it. I was at that age where I was still not watching like G4 and game reviews and shit like that. I was in PlayStation 2 era at this time. I think PlayStation like G4, we got DirecTV around that time, around 2000, like what, 2003. So I was watching G4 around that time after the fact. But like I remember he said to me, "You sure you want to get these games? You get 3 games for the price of like 1." But as a stupid kid, I was looked at it as like, "Oh no, I just want that one because I like the cover." Biggest mistake in my life. No, that's the thing. The game, I had $60, but I could have got 3 games for $60 or $40. I think back in time was like, I think the highest price was like $45 to $50. It was very dumb. Very dumb. I only went with that game because I thought it looked cool based on the cover. Based on the cover alone, I thought the cover was nice. And it was stupid because when I picked up the game, I thought it was cool based on cover. And this is how the irony in this is how I end up liking or at least finding Dot Hack Sign. I was introduced to the anime through the game, not through the anime itself. I just learned about the anime after the fact, because in the video game, it came with 2 discs. It came with the DVD of like 3 episodes of the anime, which was, I don't know why they did that, because it left you on a cliffhanger when you, and then the full game was in there. And as a kid who was dumb, I didn't know what to do in the game because I was being just ignorant of not trying to like read stuff because I didn't want to read. I wanted to just fight and just play the game, but I got lost many times because I refused to read anything because I just wanted to, I just went because of the cool character designs, and I was so lost. Then my cousin said, I remember my cousin was around at the time, and he said, let's just read the stuff, and I played it with him. He's like, oh, that's how you do this and this and this, and I'm like, oh fuck, I should have just picked the Crash Bandicoot game. That's, as a kid back then, I was ignorant as fuck about reading. I didn't like reading. I was young. Hey, Scal, what do you mean by what do you mean by that?
Money on fucking, shoes, and then you can't eat for a fucking week. Fucking reap what you sow.
Oh no, I mean, I would still cook for my child if he was hungry, but I'm just saying, like, if he, like I said, if there was a chance of time where my son just specifically spends money on something, he's not going to be able to buy his own other stuff if he just spends money on one thing.
So
well, that's his problem. I'm not gonna lie. If he can ask for my soap, I'll give it to him.
No, I never had to.
How old are we talking here?
I'm talking about between the ages of, like, you can do it as early on and start teaching them to be responsible with their money from the ages of like 11 to 15 years old until they can start going out by themselves, because I think by 16 years old they can get their permit and then drive to the store with them.
I mean, we can test this out. I could do this.
Didn't they change the driving age now? If I remember right, didn't they recently change the driving age?
With my little sister. Should we give that a shot?
Sure, if you want to do that with her.
Yeah, you will not be able to use anything in the house unless you buy it yourself. No, buy an air fryer.
No, I mean, I'm not going to deprive my child of using things in the house. I'm just saying, like, there is a time. I know, but I'm just saying, because, like, I know people out there would be asking that same question. Are you going to really deprive your child of everything that they would need? Like, no. I would give it to them. I would give it to them, but there's also a time where I will also give my child what they would need if they absolutely need it. But there would be a lesson behind that of like, hey, well, you shouldn't have spent your money all on this. You gotta understand that if you spend your money on this, you can't use or buy the products that you need.
See, that's what I'm saying. That she just kind of defaulted to what I said. You have to. They can use the money as if they're at a certain working age, or they're like at a teenage age where they're like 15, 16, 17, or even 12 or some shit. At least in the right direction, let them know, just to be sure. This is your money, but remember, what you spend may not be beneficial to you in the long run. So if you choose to buy this, go ahead. But remember, if it ends up being in not working in your favor, do not ask me for any money because I already warned you.
Or for essentials, I should say.
They made stickers of
But,
your
I
side
mean,
eye.
Also,
he-
Honestly, I
is
think
that
this would be a wonderful opportunity to teach the kids in the future the difference between a want and a need. A smartphone is a want,
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
you know. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're teaching
I
them
think
the
this is
idea of what a want and a need is, a desire and what's a necessary thing.
I think there's a lot
Yeah.
of merit to
I
what
guess
you're saying.
it's just the original way what she was saying was just like full responsibility, full this, full that, and just like, come on, let him be a little kid at first too.
Oh, of course.
No,
Like,
those
of course he'd be
able
that
to
way.
be a kid. I don't think she's saying that to be like, oh, you can't be a little kid, but I think it's about teaching them financial responsibility because that's such a small part of the entirety of their day, right? You go to a grocery store. Before you even go to the grocery store, you have to pack the kids up, put them in the car, drive down there, get out, get together, go in. By the time they get in, let them know, like, hey, look, you have money. You've done groceries around the house. You've done extra work, yada, yada. You have access to money. If you want something, that's where your money's going to go. Don't say anything. Just let the kid experience the thrill of spending money. And then the crushing defeat, bro. Then you teach him about finances. You say, okay, you like having money, right? Yeah. Did you buy something that you're actually going to use? I don't know. Well, give it a week. We'll see how much you actually use it. Give it a week.
Yeah.
Ask them, you know.
Well,
It-
if that's the case, then might as well just implement allowances with the working for them, like dishes and all that stuff, and then they'll have more
That's what I
appreciation.
That's how
for
they're
it.
gonna. That's how they're gonna get the money.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean. Like you have to work for it. Don't just give it to them.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
what
It's just...
I feel like is like, okay, what my parents did is they took me grocery shopping from a young age. They're like, okay, we spend this and this much money, this costs extra. Note down like how much everything cost, and then see like, oh, they actually gave me like a wage for working. Of course, I like cutting the grass was $20. Okay, took me 2
Disclaimer
hours, so
for
10
all the
bucks,
Americans,
10 bucks an hour.
Tori's parents actually loved him.
Yeah, skill issue. I had to work for
He
myself.
said skill issue.
My allowance that I just gave me
A
was
flex is a flex. I can't. A flex, man. If you can flex your loving parents, why not? There's a lot of people who don't have loving parents. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people who don't have a loving father, mother, or parents in general.
was €5. So, but those €5 is what I just spent on candy and whatever, and then the $20 I just kept. In the end, I saved up like $600. Shit, like because they helped me like just teach me by just taking me with them. Like, okay, note down how much everything cost, and then then I'll tell you like what is essential, what is not. Afterwards,
Yeah,
they didn't
it's...
force me to buy my own stuff, because honestly, if I had to buy my own stuff at the start, that was just sucked, man. That wouldn't have been a teaching
Before
moment.
he's even talking on this channel.
Yeah. But, no, that's what I'm trying to say is that, like, giving them the sense of responsibility at that age teaches them to be ready for the future. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if by the ages of like 16 to 18, they should be buying their own products by that time and learning how to properly clean up after themselves so that they could be ready to move out on their own. Because there is a lot
I'm
of...
thinking even younger than that.
Oh,
I'm
no,
thinking
what I...
like
Because, like,
years
once
younger.
they... Yes, you can do it that way. That's
No,
what I was
because
saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier, between like 11 to like 16. You can go to the store with them for them to buy their own stuff. Teach them how to do it, like what you guys were saying. But by that age of 16 to 18, they should be going out by themselves to the store to be able to buy their own products and learning between what they need and what they want. And because like I said, there's a lot of people out there right now who are just living off of ramen noodles and not properly like having a meal for themselves or not cleaning up after themselves. I love ramen noodles. I have no problem with that. You can live off of that. I don't care.
Man.
Hey man, what's wrong with my car?
Man,
I
I
will
do
say-
that, but I still budget.
Yeah.
Just
But
because
that's-
it tastes good.
You just like Gremlin who likes to sit in his chair and he has ramen noodles.
Ramen
No,
noodles are good.
We eat
Though.
ramen noodles at the table. Fuck you mean?
He's civilized.
Listen.
Civilized.
I.
Yes.
What you-
Sorry, I'm
noodles
not
are fucking-
American.
What is this conversation? He's like, sorry, I'm not American. At least I'm not as fucking. He wants to say, at least I'm not raised like a fucking savage. Right? Bro, he's like, Wolf is trying his best, trying to like clown him for like having love in Paris, and every time he turns to like, he's like, go fuck yourself. I'm flowing Paris. I gotta trust fucking shit. I'm gonna flex that shit on you. I love it. It's funny. I love it.
At my desk.
Sorry, I am properly.
Sorry, guys. I'm bougie. I'm eating ramen at a desk.
Sorry, I am.
Sorry, let me eat it from the base of my chair. Of course, you have the ramen on the desk.
No, what I do is I crisscross applesauce on the floor and eat from my chair.
No, better yet, I eat food on the toilet.
The fuck is this conversation?
If you clean
What the
that
fuck?
properly-
That is horrendous. Who eats on the toilet? That sounds so fucking. I will automatically think if I'm eating from the toilet, I am shitting what I'm eating currently, even though I know it's not the same food right now. That is so weird. The fuck? That will piss me off.
Oh, fucking not.
Toilet
I make it in the water.
Okay.
Oh,
you're going
okay,
for it.
okay.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Eat.
Just
So
like,
the
just like
the
watching
lesson of the day-
seasoning packets get bigger.
so the lesson of the day: eat your food on the toilet. You poop and then you eat. It's back in your body. You let it go and it's back in your body.
No, I don't.
Adults, everybody.
You should budget them at 16. Like, of course, take them with
I love
you.
how she says that, and she was over here talking about taking care of children, taking care of her son. The fuck?
Teach them properly. But, like, for example, I never did that. I actually, my parents took me at that age, took me with them. It made me choose what to buy. Like, if I wanted them to cook this and this, I would have to search out the things, look, check at home, what do we have of that already? Do we need more of that? Stuff like that. I never had to buy my own fucking soap. I went with them and looked, okay, this soap is cheaper and is more. Okay, let's take that one. Shit like that. They didn't do that. They just made me conscious of what is a steal. What stores have what cheaper? Is it worth it going to different stores for like a few cents difference?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, but I'm not saying. All I'm saying is that if they wanted to buy their own soap that I don't use, like let's say if my skin is sensitive or whatever, and I buy my own soap, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that if they want to buy something completely for themselves, then they should, if they have the money for it, if they worked for it. That's what I'm trying to come at. Is that which is good. That
I think as like a young boy, I don't think many like young boys are gonna be thinking about soap when they're buying their first thing with their money. I'm thinking Nerf guns, fucking.
No, but you're okay. So she's thinking through the mind of a woman. So when she's talking about like products and shit, she's thinking like a mind of a woman. So even though she's probably thinking like it, she's thinking like she's using that example because that's what she's most familiar with of doing. I'm not saying she doesn't play like video games and shit, but the first thing most girls might be thinking is like bathing products and all that shit first before they want to think of buying a Nerf gun. You know what I'm saying? A dude will think of a Nerf gun because most dudes are not thinking about buying soap, because if they get soap and they use it, that's good. They're not buying any special soap and scented, soaps and shit. They just like I buy the expensive soap, whatever soap brand I need, put that bitch on, put it in where it needs to be, and wash where the sun don't shine type shit, and then I'm good. As long as I don't smell like ass, that's all that matters. Like literally. Most men are not thinking like that like women do. Women think of like strategically when it comes to their soaps and shit.
So like I said again, and I'm gonna repeat myself, by the ages of 11 to 16, you can go to the store with them and teach them how to budget or grab the items that you already have in the house. But I would think by the age of 16, some people would actually want to be hygienic. I don't know about you guys,
honestly,
men.
at 16, I did actually buy my
I
first
still
Nerf.
buy Nerf guns. I love my Nerf guns.
I was gonna say.
If you want to buy, well, I'm not a boy, I'm a woman. So like okay, if I'm a girl,
just prove my point. She's thinking through the mind of a woman. So when she's saying like products and shit, she's thinking like more of a woman. So even she was applying to boys and girls, she's thinking through like her lens of things. Most men will buy a soap and will still buy a Nerf gun in the same cart.
My daughter,
like you girls will buy like a dress and some soap and scented candles and shit. Dude will buy a soap and a Nerf gun and a fucking helmet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and my daughter wants to. Yeah, if my daughter wants to buy her own fucking soap, then go for it. Like, but if that's what I'm saying, like if you have different products in the house that your child doesn't want to use, they should buy it for themselves. And if they worked for it, it's just basically teaching them responsibility in a sense of way to be able to buy their own stuff for the household. I'm not going to deprive my child from using whatever they want to use. And I probably said that wrong earlier, where it made you guys feel like I would deprive them from whatever they need. I just didn't get that chance to say my full thought about it.
I think it's also the big difference of male versus female thought process at that young age. Because like me and Tori said, we would both still buy Nerf guns at that age.
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
I think
that's what the big difference is here.
Yeah, but there is some younger males out there that do, unless they're like.
Yeah, but you're not. That's a subsection. That's a subsection. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but I'm saying that's a subsection. Majority of males will buy soap and buy a Nerf gun. And I'm saying they're talking about the majority of men. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's probably some men who wants to buy soap and maybe put on a dress, but like, it is what it is.
Not a lot, but there is.
I would like to say my own sibling is that way.
Yeah.
When he started his junior year of high school, he was all about making sure that his hair, his body, and his presentation.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about the TikTok boys.
He said he said what the fuck?
I'm gonna be honest, man. I would not be surprised. Fucking, he grew up. Listen, I look like Human Shrek. All right.
We all know what it's for.
I look like Human Shrek, dog. Like, I ain't gonna lie with y'all.
I'm telling you now,
like that motherfucker.
If a man is doing that on his own time, it is solely to get some attention from the opposite sex.
Yeah, but then again,
my brother did that shit before him and his girl were dating.
Yeah, so what I think Tony is trying to say is that like boys now, like today's day and age, they are starting to realize that you guys are unhygienic. I'm not gonna.
What? 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 No. Was not realizing anything. That is not true. Actually, quite frank, I blame TikTok for encouraging people, unemployed behavior, to tell people that they're not taking showers for months and they use the same washcloths to wipe their ass with or some shit like that, or they're not using toilet paper, they're using a rag or some weird rag stick. There's amounts of people on TikTok telling people their methods of why they don't take showers. Yeah, that's a thing. You can look it up on TikTok. Yeah, there's a girl right now who tells her whole life story that she's using a shit stick, a family shit stick, and it's a shit stick where they use this stick with this rag and they use it to wipe their ass when they're done using the toilet, and it's a universal stick that they use amongst each other. They have to clean off. They don't use paper towels. I know. I tell you something, this internet is horrendous. Yeah. You're right. And the dark bloodline. And then they use the same what do you call it? Toothbrush. They all share the same toothbrush. It's some horrendous shit. Oh, and they don't use the pipe. They have water, but they don't try to use as much water, so they use one, like, this weird bucket of water for everything. And when she showed it, it was brown as shit. It was fucking disgusting. And the only reason why I know this is my girlfriend showed this to me, and that shit was wild. I was like, why are you showing this to me? She thought it was funny as hell, and she saw my reaction. I don't know, bro. Like, it was... It was one of those moments where I said, this is some major Caucasian behavior, so...
Well, if you're a little unhygienic. And I remember you saying, and I'm gonna call you out like you call me out, that you weren't taught to do specific things because you didn't have a parent to teach you. And that's what I'm trying to say is...
What are you talking about, like shaving his beard or some shit? I'm pretty sure this, like, doing all a shave.
Is that... Mm-hmm.
No, I agree. I'm agreeing with you.
No, yeah. So there's times where, like, you would say that, and and I'm just saying, like, you gotta start teaching your children how to be hygienic, because half of the time when you go into high school, you start smelling different because you're a teenager now. You're hitting through puberty. You don't want to smell all the time. And I went through the same process too. Like, when I was a teenager, I started smelling different. I needed to take... Huh?
No, I'm just saying stupid shit. I've heard kids say pheromone maxing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another thing
that's another thing, yeah.
That's another thing that modern day like high schoolers are using to attract women, because apparently it makes their senses...
Listen, it don't attract fucking the kind of people that it fucking attracts. People who are gonna just say nice things to you and then say really mean shit behind your back. I'm sorry to be the person to break this shit to you, but that's what's gonna fucking happen.
5 things Big Pharma.
Sorry, not sorry, guys.
Yeah, so it's, but this is just going for the people who are just going to be watching them. Raise your children how you want to. It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying, like...
What do you mean it doesn't really matter? It does matter. The fuck? That's why we're having this conversation. The fuck?
Be smart at what you do.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
If we're all the same, then there'd be no point in living.
Yeah, it's just like, everybody has their own problems. But if you want to start teaching your child how to be more responsible so that you won't have to be worried for them in the future, my main point of this conversation is that our government is not giving us the opportunity to be there for our children. Because, like, I would love to be there for my child. I want to teach him the things that I wasn't taught.
See, that's where you fall short. You shouldn't rely on the government to do shit for you. And I think that's where a lot of women fall short. Men are not taught to rely on other people. Actually, quite frank, when a man relies on anyone, they call him weak. Financially or something like that. It's just like, I don't think you should ever worry about stuff like that. You should do everything you're possibly, if you can, without asking for help if you could. No, I'm not saying to be that person where you don't ask for help. I'm saying, like, if you can do it on your own, I suggest do it on your own. Especially if you don't need to ask the government for anything, because usually when you have to ask the government for help, they have caveats on how you're going to get said thing from them. So.
My dad was a single father. I wasn't taught to do specific things. I had to learn the hard way. I want my child's life to be better than mine. And if I could teach him how to budget and do stuff on his own and, like, you know, treat women right and all that stuff, then I can. But I don't have the opportunity to do so because I have to work my ass off either for 8 hours a day or 12 hours a week out of the week. Like, how am I supposed to do that? You know? So it's hard. And
this is why you don't have children young.
You know, but to wrap up the conversation a little bit.
Or you don't have children when you know you're not financially stable.
It's just, I wish.
Or both.
And I hope. I shouldn't even say wish, but I just hope that, you know, we can do more for our first-time moms or pregnant moms and people who already have children and give them the opportunity to work from home. I'm not saying, and I'm not dissing on the people who are already working from home without children, but I would have to say that you are taking up most of the jobs for moms to be able to work from home. And
but wait, hold up. Hold the fuck up. Wait, hold the fuck up. Wait, hold on. So wait, it's the people who didn't choose to financially ruin their lives to take jobs at home to be open for mothers who ruined their lives by having children that they know they wasn't ready to have? The fuck? Hold up. They ain't. Yeah, like for real. Like I just realized. I was like, wait, what? Hold the fuck up. That doesn't make sense. So wait, hold up. The person who didn't financially well, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying she did. I'm just saying the person who didn't financially ruin their lives with children, because children are expensive and that usually makes people poor. Statistically, having children makes you poor if you don't have like the funds, especially if you don't have the funds. You're gonna be struggling like crazy. The people who choose not to financially have children is taking up the jobs for the women who choose to have children with men who they didn't marry or had a horrible relationship with, or let's say, I'm not even gonna count the ones whose husbands died in the marriage. You know what I'm saying? I can't count you. You're a little different. I if you're a widow, that's a whole different. You cannot help if your husband dies, and it's like what you can do, right? Especially if you have children then. But if you are the ones who just fucked around, found out with a dude who you're not married to, or you're married to, and you know he was a piece of shit or an idiot, and you still had a child with him anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's everyone's fault that the ones who didn't fuck up their lives with children is taking up the space for the people who fuck up their lives with children? No. No, you need to suffer. You need to suffer. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry for those kids, but like, this is what happens while you don't just have children like that. Like, or just, you know, be careful who you fuck. Be careful who you fuck. That is so more telling than you think. A lot of people don't think of that. They think of they're not thinking long term in that response. They're just thinking at the moment. So like, let me hear her again just to make sure I heard that right. I don't want to like respond to that and say that wrong, then she sees this and say I'm being mean.
And I hope, I shouldn't even say wish, but I just hope that, you know, we can do more for our first-time moms or pregnant moms and people who already have children, and give them the opportunity to work from home. I'm not saying, and I'm not dissing on the people who are already working from home without children, but I would have to say that you are taking up most of the jobs for moms.
No, fuck you. No, fuck you. You have to suffer. Nah. I don't give a fuck. You have to suffer. I know that sounds mean, but hear me out. Why do I have to think for the single mom who fucked up her life? That's like saying the person who fucked up their lives and went to jail and now they have a hard time finding work is mad at people because, like, remember, if they work from home, it's harder for them to not, well, I'm not gonna say harder, but let's say it's like they're looking for anyone who's gonna pick up a job, right? And there's no real requirement other than you knowing English and having an internet connection. Let's say that. And you happen to have a criminal record. And then they look at you and say, like, well, you have a criminal record. And then you'll be like, well, the other person who came in doesn't have a criminal record and they have the internet connection. They know English and they've been here for so long. Maybe we should go with them. And then you're saying, well, this is hard for me because the person who doesn't have a criminal record should think about the person who do have a criminal record for me to get the job that we both went for. I'm like, no. You made an executive decision to fuck up your life. That's what that is the price. That is the beauty and the ugly of being human. You make a choice, and whatever comes from it was for you. Yeah, may the best man win. Like, that's like, nah, bro. Like, I know Bean's gonna be mad at me for saying this. She knows I love her. She knows I'm being honest, though. That's why she's been friends with me so long. And she's gonna probably see this and say I'm being mean or I'm being not thoughtful of the single mom. I understand that, but you have to be understanding. Also, there's people who can't pay their rent and they can't pay their rent and they're bunking with their friends and or family, or they're living with a roommate. And they have no kids and they can't pay their car note, they can't pay their rent, they can't pay their insurance. Should we not think about the people who can't pay their car note or they can't pay their insurance or pay their rent too? Shouldn't they not get a job just as much as they want? They don't want to be out there just as much as you do. You just happen to have a kid. I just happen to have a car who I can't pay now. Like, what? I would say, like, come on, you made an executive decision to have children, and then, you know, whatever happens to you, happens to you. I made an executive decision not to have children for whatever reason my reason is. Why does your reason outlast my reason? It doesn't. You know what I'm saying? It really doesn't. Especially if we're going for the same job. A struggle's for you, a struggle for real. Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy. You will never catch me saying that. I was like, nah, I think whoever got there first got there first.
To be able to work from home.
And shit, you could be a criminal who has hijacked several cars and did a bunch of burglaries and punched an old lady in the face. If you got to the job before I did, that's just life at that point. No matter how much of a piece of shit he is, he got there before me. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. Skill issue, I guess.
You also do say there is moms out there doing full-time jobs while still having kids by themselves.
Yeah, and even single moms working 2 jobs. A single mom who works 2 jobs. I had to do it. I had to. I'm a survivor.
But only a woman can sing this and think that's okay. No man sings this. Because that's just expected for you to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? A woman can sing about being a single mom and having all these problems, but when a guy sings about being a single dad, is like, it doesn't. It doesn't compute the same. Honestly, wait till he gets fired, right?
There's moms out there.
Coco Melon saved me from my parental responsibilities. Coco Melon saved me from my parental responsibilities.
Okay.
No, you saved me from my
I was trying to do it just like the way of Zhao Mingdong starves this man to death.
No,
you mean
actually
Mao
no.
Zedong?
What we call a single father song is just called a divorced dad. So like you know what divorced dad music? I was told this. Divorced dad music is Creed. Listen to Creed is divorced dad music. I didn't know that. Listen to Slipknot is divorced dad music. Any dude who played Call of Duty music, yeah, well, dang, right? Like any dude who played Call of Duty music back in 2007 is called divorced dad music now. Like that's how sad that is. Like seriously, or like if you listen to Dax, you're definitely a divorced dad or a divorced dad veteran. You can't win. You just can't win. There's no such thing as single dad music. But there's a bunch of single dad. Dax like is crazy. It's crazy to me. Like, oh god.
Sorry.
What'd you say, Tony?
It's just crazy.
Coco Melon, save me from these crazy ass motherfuckers, please. I don't want to lose any.
My married uncle is a married. No. If he listens to that music, most people will actually refer to it as divorced dad music. But if you're married and you still like it, it don't apply to you. It's just a song now. Because if you're married currently and you're a certain age currently and you listen to that divorced dad music and you still like it, it doesn't apply to you. It's just called divorced dad music for those who happen to be a divorced father. So any music from like 2007 back and slightly up.
More brain cells.
I actually
brain cells.
I have brain cells. I actually
You
did at some
don't.
point. Me a little bit. Some are there. Some are not. That's crazy.
Why was all this? No, it's just depressing. That's when I say divorced dad music, that means it's just depressing music for men. Who peaked in their whatever years. Yeah, when they say divorced dad music, what they're really saying is it's depressing music in the sense of music that is good, but because it's loved by men who are probably divorced and have horrible lives now, who peaked in high school and probably even college, now it's considered divorced dad music.
Hey man, keep that opinion to yourself.
I have high education.
Factual. Keep it to yourself.
I have an education too. What the fuck?
Get a load of this guy. Trying to be all smarty pants.
Yeah, there we go. Like equivalent to e-girl music, emo teen girl music. It's like that. Yeah.
I can't say that. I'm restricted in my ability to say things.
Exactly. Gotta.
What are you gonna say?
Yeah, you hide behind your YouTube wall.
Hey, I'm recording as well.
Oh god.
What are you, a Karen? I'm recording this for my safety.
Actually.
Big recording gonna keep you safe. Over to 9.
So, but what I'm saying is that in general.
Oh, they got 20 minutes left. Thank God. We can go to the next one. Actually, what is it, Silver?
I feel like people who are working home from now without any children, fuck you. No, I'm joking.
Oh, fuck you. No, she's talking to me. Fuck you. Now I hope she's watching this video now. I hope you watch. I'm going to send this video to you, Bean. Go fuck yourself. That shit. Okay, my dad is divorced and listens to Alone Again. I guess so. It might apply to your dad then. You can go fuck yourself, Bean. I hope if you eat a banana, it's moldy. I hope you eat a moldy banana or bread. I love you. I hope you know I love you. I love you very much. I love you. But I hope your bread is moldy, though. Yeah, make your banana be sour.
I
worked my ass to get that job, so fuck you.
Hope that.
I hope your future employer hears this.
No, I heard. Yes, I'm hearing it. I am hearing it. Her future employer is hearing this. Go fuck yourself. It's like broccoli. Oh my god, yes, she is hearing. I am hearing it.
I hope so too. Fuck you. No, I'm joking. But
I know she's directly talking to me about this. I know she's referring to me because she knows this. She's referring to me.
I hope that there's an opportunity for the government to make choices for moms who are willing to stay home and actually give like a 1-2 year maternity leave, because if you want,
you know what? Now every time I get a paycheck from my job, I'm gonna let a single mother know. I'm gonna let that bitch know I got my money today because I didn't think about you and your punk ass kid. I'm gonna think about now. I'm gonna dance in front of that single mom with my paycheck, saying, "Yeah, look at that." Yeah, dancing my ass off.
I keep having more children. You gotta give them a little bit of a leeway.
And then I'm gonna turn to them and say, I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna blame you for this. My pettiness towards any single mom other than you is your fault. If she doesn't apply to her then. I don't know why I'm talking to a rich mother. I'm too broke for that to be flexing on a rich mom. See, you'll never meet a Kanye West in your situation because you won't be able to talk to Kanye West only by chance if you got lucky. But I ain't talking to no rich single mom. That shit be crazy. You shouldn't be if you're a rich single mom, you should be married. Now, if I tell you, if you're a rich single mom, that's by choice now. That's by choice now. Now you're an asshole for being a rich single mom at this point. Like, fuck you.
Have more children to go out there into the workforce.
More children working in the workforce.
I want to move on to the last topic of the night.
We're the exception.
Where are we a brain or a soul?
Wait, what?
And I think you were the one that said that, Tony. Do you have a little bit of insight about that question?
Yeah. So, of course, people are going to be thinking about two things.
If she got a robot for a father, then she's just evil. A robot can never be a father to a child. Beep, bop, boop, boop, bop.
So, they're going to be thinking about the spirit, and I'm going to say just the only thing that pops in.
They'll be talking to that kid in ones and zeros.
In my head. Christians, of course.
Actually, if you're referring to ChatGPT.
To be like, there's a sense of self, there's a sense of spirit. When you die, your spirit leaves your body and you ascend to heaven. Or you go to hell. I don't know. I'm not a Christian. Other people, right? People who, I guess, Scientology people. I don't know too much about that religion. I'm just throwing hate this direction for no real reason.
Why talk about this subject if you guys don't like talking about this subject? I never understood this. We don't like talking about religion, but we're talking about everything that religion talks about. This is the weirdest thing to me. I never understood this type of reasoning. We'll talk about the spirit and the mind, if you have a soul or not, and this, that, and the third. And then they'll use Christian concepts and say, I'm not a Christian. And then you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm spiritual. I'm not a Christian. Let's talk about Robot Chicken. I'd rather talk about that. It'll be the end of us. No! If you let that android free, it'll be the end of all of us. No! I'm sorry, I'm screwing your guys' ears. I'm sorry, but like, I had to say it because I had to say it. Oh shit! But like, the thing is, I don't understand this. Like, I get it why people talk about these things, but like, I don't get it because they'll be like, I'm not a Christian, I don't submit to any religion, I don't fuck with religion, but talk about everything that religion talks about. Explosion.
But some will believe that our brain and the way that we think and our existence is just the electrical signals in our head. That begs the question: for brain, what's left? Is there a soul there? Is there, like, what do you think? Are we just a brain, or are we a soul? That's really where all this is coming.
We are brains that are controlling flesh and bone mechs.
Atomically speaking, with the brain.
See, the thing is, even if you were to believe that we're just a brain and there's no soul, why would you want to believe that you have no soul in the first place? Well, like, sometimes I think that's sometimes a serious, like, not serious. I sometimes think that's somewhat of like a nihilistic excuse to say that, you know. I'm not a faster, but I do. I mean, I'm not. I said pastor. I'm not a fighter, but I do like making fist connects to people. Yeah, it just sounds very depressing. I'm like, why? Like, even if that is true, why would you? Thank you, Bri. Thank you, Bri. A sound soul into a sound body makes a sound mind. There you go. If any anime, like, you know what I'm saying? A sound soul and a sound body makes a sound mind. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that that's what he's saying. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying when people have these conversations, it feels like it's like a weird nihilist take for the Bible has that as a verse. Really? Can you send that verse in the chat? I would like to see it. Or I'll look it up later. Oh, I would just see if it's close. Selected it, Soul Eater. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
So, but no, in all seriousness, I am a believer of God in Christianity, so my belief is going to be with the soul, believing that you have options of going to heaven, making your decisions in life, going to hell, or maybe even, I don't know, restarting a new life, like, again, reincarnation, or whatever you call it, depending on your beliefs.
Reincarnation is Hinduism.
I know, I'm saying depending on your beliefs, if you let me finish, however.
Wow.
You do know. You know, if you put it this way, if we're talking about in the Christian sense, reincarnation is true in the sense that if you believe in God and you follow God, you get an eternal life, right? That's technically that's technically in a sense of a no one wants to be talking about that publicly, because when you start talking Christian or probably even Jew, you start getting ostracized almost instantly. Because like once you start talking, because remember, Christianity or any forms of Christianity is usually a punching bag for most spiritualists, atheists, or people who feel betrayed by the Christian religion to a degree. Right? So yeah, like that's why they don't really like bring it up, because when you say Christian, because I think most people have like a warped sense of what Christians do, like a hippie. Like they kind of look at. I don't take super churches too seriously, because I don't think they're real. I don't, like, in the sense of like about God. They do talk about God things, but I don't feel like they are. Cause especially when they have like like super churches, I don't take them seriously in the sense of when they have like a bunch of like knick-knack paddywhack type shit when they bring oh, you don't trust me? Okay, I'm not crazy. So like they have these stages and they have celebrities there and they have Justin Bieber singing shit and then they have Snoop Dogg there and then they have dancers and shit. I'm like, yeah, so like I'm like, something about this don't feel godlike to me. Like I feel like let's put it this way. I don't think God should put on clothes that fit the modern era for you to follow him. It's actually the other way around. Quite frank, you'd have to change no clothes. You just have to follow him. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense? Because once God starts molding to your modern takes, I don't think it's about God anymore at that point. Oh, because it's supposed to happen. It's because if the Bible says it's supposed to happen. No. I'm saying like if they like I don't think that God should put on modern clothes. I'm using modern clothes as a form of metaphor saying he needs to submit or he needs to mold his ways to our modern take. Yeah. So like a lot of people ignore it because that's what's written for it to be. So like it's like hell and heaven, right? If a bunch of people do the opposite. So like it's like this. It's like it's conform. That's it. Thank you. Conforming to like that's right. Thank you. So that's why I don't trust super churches. I don't trust super churches at all. I don't like them. Something about them feels very sinister about them. Oh no, not literal. No. I was saying used metaphorically. Yeah.
So
Wow.
Like I really don't trust super churches at all, especially when the pastor's in a jet plane. They're wearing a bunch of jewelry. They go on a bunch of vacations. They have expensive cars. They doing all this shit. They know celebrities, and you know how Holly weird is Holly weird, right? I think correct. Our super church has invited us to. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That's a land of confusion right there. That's not a good thing. You notice something why it's not good. It's funny about this because when it's expected for Christians to mold their or factions of different Christianity to mold their religion around modern takes like that, but they never ask Muslims or any other religion to do such things. You notice that? They always expect Christians to just take it. You know what I'm saying? That's where that problem comes in. Yeah, I noticed that. That's kind of crazy. They never asked Muslims to ever remember when they were saying and then they were saying gays for like Palestine and the Palestinians was like looking at them like I ain't fucking with you. They directly will say in your face. They'll say I don't fuck with that shit. I remember there was a video of a good dude who was a Palestinian dude and they said how do you feel about gays for Palestine or some shit, right? And they said I don't do that I'm not for the X, Y, and Z. He was quick to say it too. Oh yeah. The dude said that. I remember he said he's like I ain't for that shit. Like I like he doesn't want no help from them. He literally said I don't want no help from them. To yourself. He technically said that. It was crazy. And a bunch of people who had brains is like, if you were identifying as you are, you'd be thrown off a building right now. Actually, I think it was a news. It was just I think a recent article. I think it was a couple of days ago where, a one of them terrorists came out as a like brother, but they came brother. I remember he said. I remember. I think it was an article of one of the terrorist groups found out that one of their people was for the LGBTQ or part of that. They killed them. They killed them like instantly. It's kind of weird why Christians are expected to do this. This is why most Americans look at Christians as like hippies. And if you're going by like what the Bible actually says, you're a conservative, hateful person. But those same people will integrate the Muslims and every other religion into their rainbow flag and protect them no matter what, and say it's under equality. But if those people took the 2 seconds, and what's the irony in this is that every faction under that rainbow flag actually are oppositions to everyone, to each other in one way or another, or more ways than one. That's the irony with all those organizations and factions that's under that rainbow inclusive flag. All those people are oppositions to each other. Because the Muslim take will not say the same thing for the LGBT. But the LGBT will do it for the Muslims because they think if they befriend them, they'll accept them. No, they just won't. You can pretend that you can play that, placate to that game, but no.
Record it. Damn.
I don't even think Hindu fucks with the whole LGBT thing, to be honest.
I looked at
Record it.
Redacted.
Proof. I'm looking up the exact YouTube file.
My thought.
But to finish off what I was saying real quick. Let me finish off.
Okay.
No.
To finish off what I was saying real quick, though, in my opinion, I feel we're a soul that controls whatever flesh that we are, and whatever we do with our souls is up to us, and it's up to you all. Now, whoever else wants to input.
I actually do believe in the soul as well. Like, I think from a spiritual aspect of it.
Ah, there it is. Whatever they say that. Whatever they say that, I was like, okay.
Cause like I do believe
that's I know when they say that. Yes, but like that's the thing. Like, I understand that, but like the problem with that is that they're trying to force themselves in something that doesn't accept them. Right? Why pry yourself in something that doesn't accept you? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Might as well just do your own LGBT thing. Why even try to integrate into that? I don't even see the point. Like, if I'm someone who's not like okay, say like a state, or no, not a state. Let me use a better example. Why would I try to integrate myself into an organization that has historically proven that they do not fuck with me? They're not even just doing it with Christians, they're doing it with Muslims too, and Muslims will outright say it to themselves. And the only reason why Muslims can do what they can do and say what they say is because they're not considered as the majority. So they're seen as a protective class within the ranks of the number and population of the situation. It makes no sense. I rather you say I'm not Christian and I want to be LGBT than try to be LGBT and be Christian. It just doesn't work. It does not work. They literally like do not coexist. You can't do those two things. You know what I'm saying? You can try to and try. It's just like the whole that exactly is the same thing with the femboy thing. You can be a straight femboy all you want, but it's very hard to convince women who are straight to fuck you. Especially if they're attractive straight women and they find out that you are LGBT. I mean LGBT, you're a femboy, don't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Yeah, you're being Klansman trying to be a black dude. It just makes no sense. It really doesn't make any sense.
Even God and Christianity and stuff like that, but I also believe in spirituality. That the body is given the soul to operate a brain to be able to do things that they want to do. And there's people out there who be like,
hey,
that's up to you though. Because
whatever you choose, like if you rather be, wait, I'll just make sure I heard that right. I'd rather be goth and Christian than be gay. Yeah, I rather see. Goth doesn't actually have to be for like Satan or anything. It could be just an aesthetic. It could be just seeing an aesthetic. Maybe just like wearing a lot of black. Maybe there's a little bit more to it than just wearing black. But I'm just saying, like, it's more of aesthetic than is a thing. Now, you said a Satanist, like Freemason / Christian, that ain't working either. that definitely ain't working. You can't say you a Freemason and you Christian. Fuck out of here with that shit. You can miss me with that shit. You ain't no Freemason, and you say you fuck God. Fuck out of my face. Oh shit, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. Cause like you can wear. There's nothing wrong wearing black per se. I don't think it says anything wrong with wearing black. Oh, let me see. Or that daughter. Or that daughter. Let me see. What do you mean? Or that. Oh, you saw it. You should correct yourself. Like that.
Brain is just like telling you.
Or or a thought daughter. Yes. Like, you can't be a thought daughter and say you're for God. It's like no, that's wrong. You can do thought things, but if you know what you're doing is wrong and you submit yourself to Jesus and stop your sinful ways, then you can be redeemed to a degree. You still did thought things, and you should always repay for those things. That actually did wild. For real? Like what? What did it do? What did it do? I'm very curious on that.
Everything in your body moves.
It's like let's say Bonnie Blue. Bonnie, for those who know who Bonnie Blue is, I think her name is Bonnie Blue, and she says she's a nun. For real. This is like what was the point? Like, I know it's dark magic. What was it specific? What was the dark magic for? What was the specific thing that she did? If Bonnie Blue said, she's trying to. Let's see.
The electricity, the bones, your growth, like your body feels it, and it tells your brain, like, hey.
Right. I feel so bad for that kid. Oh God, that's not good. That's not good. You know, I think mostly like the idea of goth. I think goth is more seen as a aesthetic and just like a fashion sense than it is like a thing anymore. I know that gothic people still exist and they doing their thing, but it's not the same like in the 2000s. The early 2000s or late 90s. It's just kind of like a thing that people use, like a e-girl thing. She painted his room black. Oh my God, it must be a hot ass room. I didn't know if you paint a room black, you're gonna be burning up in that bitch, especially if you live in a hot place. Oh my God, never do that.
Hey, there's stuff moving in your body, and you kind of just feel like
a kid is a group project. Holy shit!
Sometimes that you're trapped within yourself. I mean,
yes,
scientifically wise, like, yes, your brain is making every choice, but what comes?
Yeah, it's a bunch of LARPing people. Yeah, emo and goth. I think both emo, goth, and scene, and punk rock. I don't want to say punk rock so much, but they kind of like intertwine with each other to a degree. I think majority of these categories has been infiltrated, and he's all straight up. I kind of want to know what they look like. You know what's funny? How like, when the beginning of like AI was popping up everywhere, you saw a bunch of like demon like shit. Did you guys remember seeing those? Most of those? I don't blame them. But do you guys remember like when AI was really taking off when it first started? You just saw everything like a bunch of monsters and demons. You mentioned there'd be people with large black eyes. Hey, maybe those aliens or cryptids. Like, okay, so PTC in them. So like, it's funny how most of the time when the AI made a bunch of demons, there was pretty like spot on. It was pretty spot on how the demons look like, and it was very creative too. ah, you know the song. Let's go, bro. I said the same thing to a degree, but not like a gateway. I thought like Lost Souls. Yes, Nightmare. Yeah, it's like I see like Lost Souls, and like because they're always looping in this perpetual state of like this AI small little universe that they're in, constantly in this weird hellscape. Like it's just kind of weird. Found some torture 50 times. Ah, you gotta say Jesus 50 times. I feel like that's too easy. I feel like I gotta say a little bit more than that, though.
Or the choice. What is exactly telling you deep down inside that is giving you that choice? And I think that's just purely based on spirit. You know,
Jesus.
And to go a little bit more on it.
Just to let you guys know, this video's in like a few minutes. It's gonna be done in 10 minutes, and we'll go to the next video. And it won't be an hour long later.
When you do die, I believe that there is a heaven and hell, and a middle plane where people get lost, or you get sent to heaven from whatever you did in your life, or sent to hell from whatever you did. And
you're talking about purgatory?
Purgatory. Yeah, getting stuck in the middle. Purgatory.
Well, that's me. I think in the Bible it says when you die, if you are a person who is waiting for judgment, you'll be sleeping. People who are saved will go straight to heaven. People who are not, they'll go straight to hell. But if you're gonna be laying in judgment, I think you're gonna be asleep. You're dead, but you're supposed to wait for judgment, and then he'll judge you to see if you go to heaven or hell.
I actually do believe
that's limbo.
Limbo is purgatory. It's the same thing.
Is it purgatory or limbo?
It's the same thing.
Limbo is in between.
There's multiple meanings for it throughout history.
The same thing.
One of them is purgatory, limbo, all different types of meanings, different types of religions, or interpretations of the same religion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do believe that we are a soul, because when we die, of course, we are not ourselves when the body, the soul leaves the body. Because like even though like your brain how many minutes, Tony, does your brain last after death?
Wasn't it like 10 minutes?
Okay.
Wasn't it like 10 minutes?
Your brain how many minutes, Tony, does your brain last after death?
A few minutes.
7.
Okay. 7 minutes?
I think it was 7. I think.
I it was like
I will say, when it comes to things die.
All right, Nate, go do your thing, my dude.
But it's small, you don't know. When the thing that dies hits like around 100 pounds, it's say a little less than 100 pounds. If you're the reason it dies, you feel something.
Mm-hmm.
And it can either be an electric shock that's around you, or if you have your hand on something that's like in the process of dying to the point where its heart will stop, you know. It's a weird, just feeling you get, but no.
If I remember right, I think who was it that said? I think they said the human soul is that weighs 3 grams. Because they said every time when a person dies, they lose 3 grams of fat. Every time. Every time you die. Every time every person died, they lost 3 grams of fat. Guaranteed. Oh, God. What a way to die.
And it feels instinctual.
Oh.
And I think that's like
You don't really experience it until you do.
Yeah, they did a study. Every time a person died, they lost 3 grams of fat from their body. 3 grams of fat every time, right after death. They made sure, like, every time the person died, and they say the time of death, they'll weigh and see how much they lost. They're like 3 grams of death. As soon as they die, they lose 3 grams of fat. It's worth 3 grams, I believe they said.
I did like a week ago, and I didn't feel anything.
I think that's just based on what you
Wait,
know.
what?
No. Dying to the point where its heart will stop. You know. It's a weird just feeling you get, but no. And it feels instinctual.
Oh. And I think that's like
You don't really experience it until you do it.
I did like a week ago, and I didn't feel anything.
Like, what is he talking about?
I think that's just based on what you know and what you actually feel in tuned to. Because like
I'm a realist. Like, my belief is realism. Like,
yeah,
ain't shit there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just that's you believe that like there's nothing really there, but like for people who do believe like in spirituality.
But I got the receipts.
Yeah,
ain't shit
I know. But what I actually have to agree with Tony. When I had a cat that basically passed away in my arms, it just felt like.
Please send to me. We'll watch it after this.
Its soul left the body, like it was just gone, and I was just like, "Wow!"
Reduced.
And you could see the neurons, still active.
Oh, I think I was about to talk about the catacombs.
Yeah, you could still see the neurons still going, but I honestly I think like before it passed away, like the soul already left the body. It's just the neurons, like just continuing after because of electricity and all that stuff throughout the body. But that also goes towards like for people too, like once the soul leaves the body, it's just basically an empty shell, and the brain is still active enough to continue on from what it's remembering from what it was doing beforehand. And I think there's also people who were working in hospice that they know when somebody's about to die is when the patient sometimes sits there and says, "Oh, my husband's visiting me often lately." They know they're gonna die soon, or they have a sense of happiness or the calm. They start feeling better. They start walking around, and they know that that person's gonna die soon. And it's basically your brain just turning off everything else and taking over the body before they die. The soul probably already left. So I would like to think that we're all spirits in ourselves. We're in a shell technically. That's what I believe in, but yeah, that's my input there on that.
Well, given that the aliens said they need us to read our Bibles, tells us right there and then either the aliens are very aware that our souls have some meaning and they need it, or they want it, or it's some type of power source, or it's literal angels saying, go with God before you die type shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Which acknowledges that the idea that the aliens want us to read our Bibles has some form of meaning. The shell. I see what you did there, bud. I see what you did there. Awesome. Let's go, Brian.
And we already learned from Tori that he's more of a realism person. Do you have any thoughts on it, Tori?
Is realism just your atheism in a sense?
Yes.
Mm.
Usually it is. It's usually what it is. It's when they say realism, it's just another way of saying I'm not really going to believe your hocus pocus. I'm gonna base everything on science, which is nothing wrong with that, but there are some things that science can't just outright explain or can't explain yet. Or this is the great thing about this is probably the great and most horrible thing about being human. We have the capacity to, like, I won't say transcend reason, but citing will be free of our heavily restriction proceeds and ignore cryptic citing. Oh shit! But like proceeds to compromise nature. So like, because animals go extinct. Yeah, but like it's funny because us as humans, we have this knack to, like, ignore absolute reason and just try to make something work based on how we feel. Cause like, let's use an example. Both Adam and Eve did this, and both Cain and Abel did this. Adam and Eve was in direct contact with God and still fucked up. Cain and Abel was in direct contact with God and still fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have the mental capacity to fuck up. Oh yeah, yeah, he was, wasn't he? And then I think I wouldn't say technically Moses kind of fucked. Oh, Judas did this. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. And then, like, and Judas did this. Judas was dealing with the Son of God, and he still betrayed him. He still thought that was smart as fuck. When he saw everything that Jesus has done, he was one of his disciples, witnessed what this man has done, and still bothered to go and fuck his whole shit up. That's a mental illness beyond anything I can even fathom. You're more dumber than dumb. Now your whole soul paid for it.
Yes and no. I mean,
And then I think, if I remember right, people say, "How do we know that Judas went to hell?" Well, Jesus said, "The person who betrays him, is best that he wasn't born." I think that's enough indication to let you know. Right? It's just for silver coins, right? And he ended up maiming himself in the long run, out of guilt. Jesus even predicted and said, "The one who's going to betray me is best if he didn't even exist." Yep.
I mean, I do believe that it started somewhere, and that there's somebody that started it. So I do believe that God.
See, that's the thing. I'll at least give it to somebody, like, even if you don't believe in the Christian God, and that's fine. To outright say it was just a Big Bang and that's it, I'm like, bro, okay, say the Big Bang started everything. Something at the start of the Big Bang for the Big Bang go off. Now, I'm not saying as a person. I'm not even saying as a old man in the sky in the clouds. I'm just saying some godly figure or godly entity or some type of godly being had to make that Big Bang go off for you to say it was not God, it was a Big Bang. Something had to make the Big Bang go off first, right? And even if you don't believe something, that Big Bang is your God now. So let's put it that way. So
exists, but I'm also realistic about more stuff. Like, did Jesus exist? Yes, there's proof of it. Okay. Did he do the miracles people said they did? Probably not, because there's no possible way you can, for example, make a blind man see realistically.
you're talking. But this is the problem. You're talking through the eyes of a human being. Jesus wasn't just a human being. That's the whole point. He was a demigod, if anything. He's gonna do a lot more than what other humans can do. I think that's where the problem is. They start a they know that Jesus exists, but they deny the miracles he's done. Are you serious? Like, this man has been recorded not only through Bible, but also from the Quran and other places. Right? So, like, I don't understand how people don't get this. How is this man recorded through like ancient texts through other religions and stuff, but he's not making any, miracles and stuff? Shit, in their fucking Quran, it mentions that Jesus was supposed to help their prophet defeat their devil or some shit. It's like what the fuck?
So that's realism. Like, I believe in what I see.
Satan admits that he exists. Like, what the fuck?
And the universe started. Where did it start? We don't know.
Santa Claus?
Huh?
You telling me you don't believe in Santa Claus?
No.
I believed in Santa
Santa
Claus.
Claus did exist. He was called Saint Nick. Saint Nicholas. He did.
No, he's talking about the yo ho ho motherfucker. We're not talking about Saint Nick. We all know that exists. We know that exists, but it never said anything in text that this man was on any reindeer and going up in the air and sliding around. That we made that up for ourselves. But there's ancient texts that show that Jesus said he did all the things he did. There's no ancient text of a fat man who lives in a fucking North Pole with a bunch of midget elves and like reindeers with you know what I'm saying? No. Like, yeah, Saint Nick did exist, and I think he was from Europe. I don't know if it was in Russia. I doubt it, but like he was from Europe.
Exist.
You breaking my heart.
I honestly
He did
still
exist.
believe
Called
that
Saint
Santa
Nicholas. That
exists.
was an actual saint.
You told me he doesn't go with the speed of light to my chimney every morning?
No.
I mean, every Christmas morning?
I'm sorry to tell you this, young one, but no.
I can't accept this.
No way.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. Does
Brian.
anybody have any other input before I do our outro on this last topic here? Tony?
Man, I was really
Yeah,
hoping
guys,
to
for
get
anybody out there who's wondering what's a flowers version for guys, just buy anything from IWA for him. We'll appreciate that. Banana
Monster.
bread or white monster, all right?
Tungsten.
Yeah, monster.
Tungsten cube,
Okay.
Tungsten
sword, anything with tactical in the name, they'll appreciate it.
Eat
A knife.
butter for life.
Honestly,
Except if the
I
Asian. Don't give an Asian person a knife.
Why not? I want to see
Wait,
it.
what? Wait, back up, Buck. What?
Banana
Monster.
bread or white monster, all right?
Tungsten.
Yeah, monster.
Tungsten cube,
Okay.
Tungsten cube.
sword, anything with tactical in the name, they'll appreciate it.
A knife.
Honestly,
Except if the
I
Asian. Don't give an Asian person a knife.
Why not? I want to see it.
No. In Asian culture, gifting somebody a knife means cutting ties.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So
Oh
never
yeah,
give-
he's not wrong. I don't know about that specifically, but I think they said it's bad to give money in an envelope. I think in Asian culture, how'd that go? Let me look that up.
Asian person.
I just want to go to Japan and just start handing out random knives.
Well, there's
He
a
said
difference
Asian.
between handing out and gifting. Like, if you're like a salesman and like, oh here.
Wait,
test
hold
it.
on. Hold on. I said Japanese and he said Asian. Did
Yeah,
I
he
hear
said
this
Asian.
properly?
Sure. He said Asian culture.
So what do you think Japanese is?
Japanese is Asian.
I said there's a difference
There's a
between
form of
gifting and handing out.
Yeah, no. I'm on her about saying that Asian culture and Japanese culture are not the same.
I'm not saying
Okay.
they're not the same, but he's saying Asian culture. So if he's saying Asian, aren't you mostly talking about China?
No,
it's
no.
all of
is-
Asia.
No, there's South Asian, there's East Asian. East Asian is like your North Korea, your South Korea, your Laotians, your China, your Japan. You know what I'm saying? South Asian is like your Indias, Pakistanis. What was it like? Iranians, like what the fuck?
The entire
It's
continent,
generally in
including
Asia.
Japan. That's why I'm on you.
There's too many Asians.
It's not. If I would specifically meant China, then I would have said China. But it's in general Asian culture.
Yeah, so it'd be Japan, China, Vietnam, Korea, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why if you give them a knife that, like at least
Wait, so
from
wait,
what I
are you
saw,
saying they all carry the same culture? They all carry, sorry, not culture. They
That's
all
what I
carry-
mean.
they
That's
all-
what I was saying. Like, is it?
No, okay. What he should have said is in some Asian cultures like Japan or something like that, it is disrespectful to gift a knife to someone because it shows you're cutting ties with them. There you go. And if you want to get specific on those Asian cultures, that's all you have to do. When he says Asian culture, in Asian culture, they're gonna ultimately encapsulate that with probably South and East, or mainly just East, because when they hear Asian, they usually just think Japanese, Chinese, Korean, South Korean. You know. I'm saying.
Really?
yeah,
Well,
of
I
course,
just
nowadays it's more lenient, but it used to be that way.
No, I'm trying to ask you when it used to be that way. Did all like the countries actually share this, or was it just certain ones in Asia that did?
yeah. So then why are you coming at me for that if you don't even know yourself?
No,
That's
I'm
what I was
genuinely
going
I
asking.
don't
I'm
know the
genuinely
specifics of it. I just know that fact that a lot of them have that
Well,
belief. That's
I
why
looked it
they
up.
give you a cent.
Mm-hmm.
to,
I
like,
just
to not make it a gift.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and yes, it is a traditional Japanese culture. Gifting a knife can symbolize meaning cutting off ties because sharp objects cut through things they carry.
Proceeds to think
The
this dinner is
implication of
goodbye.
severing a relationship or wishing to end a bond. However, the culture context holds both positive and negative interpretations, and there are ways to gift a knife without causing offense. And then they gave the negative, which it says, it implies cutting off friendship, marriage, or a relationship, and the positive out of it is in a more auspicious sense. A blade can represent cutting away bad luck or opening a new path in life because
usually I find them on
of the
Instagram as well.
Japanese. Because of this, Japanese knives are actually highly respected as gifts
I think you find enough,
for major
you never
life
found enough.
milestones like
It's not
weddings,
enough.
housewarming gifts. It provides, and provided the meaning is clear. So it's basically which aspect it is given in. When you hand a knife to somebody in the Asian culture. Let me look up if that's represented in all.
Can you look up? Yeah, can you look up if it's not just Japan? Because I heard about Japan. That's why I said Japan originally.
They're just Asian, and to be careful that it's might be other ones as well.
Ask this: what Asian countries adopt this form, and then you start typing it out.
I find it funny that us as Americans, we're more scared of offending someone because if a bunch of Asians talking to us Americans, they don't probably give a flying fuck. They won't probably give a flying fuck. Especially in
no, the belief of handing a knife or gifting a knife symbolizes cutting ties is not represented in all Asian cultures. While it is a prominent superstition in East Asian regions like China and Vietnam, other Asian cultures hold entirely different perspectives, often viewing knives as a positive symbol of honor, protection, and mastery.
So, So
That
you
just
said
contradicts
you said East Asia?
Yeah, it says while it is prominent superstition in East Asian culture regions like China and Vietnam.
And
It's
as
not-
we
it's-
just
yeah.
figured out, Japan. As
It's
well,
more.
and
I
why
get.
it's
Yeah.
saying it.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting confused. That's why I'm like, wait, hold on. Because
Yeah,
What are you guys getting confused about? They said in some East Asian cultures, so it could be like it's not all East Asian cultures, it's some, so it could be just Japan and Vietnam. That's it, but it's not encapsulating both Japan, Vietnam, Japan, Vietnam, China, South Korea, North Korea. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe only China and Vietnam, Chinese people and Vietnamese people might know more about that. Japanese people may have a whole different interpretation. Same thing with North and South Korea. I don't even even count North Korea because they're isolated from everyone. So, like, say South Korea. You know what I'm saying? It could be just interpretations, but you know.
I was
says
gonna
that
say
it's
it's
prominent.
contradicting itself.
Yeah.
Wait,
So it says regional variations, and it says China and Vietnam. In these cultures, sharp objects like knives or scissors are heavily associated with severing relationships, such as the Chinese. I can't say Chinese. Bringing bad luck. Gifting a knife over outright is heavily avoided, especially for weddings or housewarming gifts. Japanese, the symbol here is distinctly positive and respectful. Giving a knife in Japanese culture often represents an appreciation of the recipient's skills, trust, and desire to help them cutting through life difficulties. It is frequently given by teachers to master chefs or as an amulet of good luck during bad year. Central Asia, knives and daggers are highly prestigious gifts. They are symbolize strength, protection, and respect, and often given to ward off misfortune.
Alrighty then. We've learned a lot about knives in a very short span. Meanwhile, I'm just getting gifted random fucking Walmart knives just because I bought a new place.
Yeah, but like that's kind of contradicting itself as
how?
You know what?
But how? I don't understand. Like, where's the contradiction? Yes. Yeah. Well, where's the contradiction? I don't understand. Like, where's the confusion coming from? They didn't say all Asian cultures. They said some. So it could be just China and Vietnam. But the other cultures don't fuck with it, or don't really, know anything about it, or don't, what I'm saying? They all have different. What the hell? I don't see where the confusion's coming from.
Their culture goes so fucking deep, it's like ridiculous. To be honest, that could be a topic for another podcast.
Yeah. I'll deep dive in that.
What do you think about ASUS?
I would not.
Buginator.
Alright. Okay.
Buginator.
Definitely check.
Alright, so drop down below if you guys want to comment on anything that you think that we talked about today.
After saying this, I pray not to watch the comments. That was racist of you.
That was racist. Well,
this is the funniest part about beginning videos. No one watches your video, so you can say the most heinous racist thing in the world. No one's gonna know you said it till later on in life, especially if you're like.
We are the Meth Lab. We talk about anything. We're always cooking up something in this place, so we really talk about however we want. And if you guys don't appreciate that kind of realism, then you can find it. You get the fuck out! The door's right there.
You calm the fuck down.
Yeah. So if you guys want to drop down below what you guys think, give any opinions or anything that you want to talk about for the next video, just let us know. Thank you for Tori for showing up for today, and I thank you guys for having a nice, grateful conversation. And I will see you guys in the next one.
Interesting. 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 All right, let's see what Silver said. Let's see. Did I exit out? I think, yep, I exited out my dumbass. Hold on. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I believe you. Oof, let's see what she sent me. Ooh. Hold on.
I'm about to show you.
Okay, let's see. What?
I'm about
There we go.
to show you the shocking truth behind the idea that Bigfoot is living and thriving deep underground in vast hidden cave systems. It's time to dive deep into all the facts behind the notion that Sasquatch is using the thousands of miles of lava tubes, caves, and abandoned mines to move completely undetected across North America. But fair warning, the truth is way bigger and way scarier than you likely think. The thing is, when you start researching these
You know, when people say things like that, it's gonna be scarier. I'm like, wow, how can it get any more or weirdly scary? I don't think that's scary at all.
networks of hidden underground super
How's that?
tubes, caves, and abandoned mines to move completely undetected across North America. But fair warning, the truth is way bigger and way scarier than you likely think. The thing is, when you start researching these networks of hidden underground superhighways, when you learn about their true staggering scale and you hear from the people who have actually explored them, well, you start coming across stories, scary stories, of places that only appear as solid color on a map, of the people who go missing there. Today, we're going there. We're exploring what's happening in the dark places beneath our feet, and what the people who have lived here the longest have learned about them. The West has spent over 500 years mapping the surface of this continent. We've gridded the forests, used satellites to photograph the peaks, and fenced off the plains until there was nowhere left to hide. But while we were looking at the horizon, we were also boring down into the dark. Official records tell us that the United States is a solid mass of 3.8 million square miles. But the geological surveys, they tell a different story. They reveal a negative space, a kingdom of more than 500,000 abandoned mine openings, and thousands of miles of lava tubes that span the bedrock like a second set of lungs. We call these places exhausted. We call them sealed. But in the deep, pressurized quiet of the earth, something is still moving. It doesn't need the sun. It doesn't leave a trail. And it doesn't care about our maps. Part 1. The inciting incident. The Pacific Northwest. To understand how an 800-pound hominid can exist in the 21st century without being captured on a 4K trail cam or spotted by a thermal drone, you have to understand the geology of the Pacific Northwest. Most people think of this region as a giant pile of wood, basically endless Douglas firs and hemlocks, but that's just the skin. The skeleton of this region is volcanic. When the great basalt flows of the Pleistocene poured across Washington and Oregon, they didn't just create mountains. They created lava tubes. Imagine a river of molten rock, 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, screaming down a mountain. The outer edges cool and harden into a stone pipe, essentially, while the red-hot center keeps flowing out, eventually leaving behind a hollow, perfectly insulated subterranean tunnel. These aren't like the jagged, narrow caves you see in movies. These are smooth. They're wide. Some are 40 feet high and stretch for miles without a single break to the surface. And here's the hard fact that the tourism boards don't mention. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, we've only mapped a fraction of them, because these tubes are covered by hundreds of feet of volcanic ash and forest detritus. They're thermally invisible. You could be standing 3 feet above a tunnel that stretches from Mount St. Helens to the coast, and your high-end FLIR camera wouldn't pick up a single degree of heat from whatever is walking around inside it. It's the perfect biological blind spot, basically. A climate-controlled superhighway that stays at a constant 55 degrees Fahrenheit.
I don't know what it is, but maybe it's just because it's where you're living and it's probably cold or maybe hot, but your face is really red for some odd reason. Not really sure. I'll be right back, going to the bathroom.
Year-round. It's a home that offers total concealment, water from internal condensation, and
Hey, hold on. It kind of does. It kind of reminds me of something. He looks like someone I'd probably seen on TV or no, I don't know what it is.
most importantly, absolute sovereign movement.
Reached this part of the trail about a mile up the mountainside from the caves tour area. And we had walked through here about 100 more feet that way, and coming downwind through these thick trees and the brush was a very strong stench. The animal was paralleling us down there in the brush and the trees. We couldn't see it, but we could hear it do the bass-like guttural mammal whoa, 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 whoa. That's the tree. Is the tree it was standing behind when it was watching them on the trail right up there.
If you think this is a modern internet theory,
No,
you
not
haven't
Link.
been listening to the people who have lived here for 10,000 years before we even started digging. The Salish and the Lummi peoples of the coast. They don't talk about Sasquatch as a forest animal. They don't use the word Saskets to describe a stray, undocumented ape. In their oral histories, specifically in the Halkemelem linguistic traditions, they speak of a tribe of hairy people. Not animals, people. But there's a detail in these stories that often gets edited out of the TV documentaries. The Lummi tell us that these people don't live in nests of grass under the stars. They dwell in Selna, the deep places when translated to English. The tunnels, the clefts in the rock where the spirit world and the physical world intersect. To the indigenous elders, the idea that we're searching the woods for Sasquatch, it's basically a joke. It's like looking for a subway commuter by standing in the middle of a park. You're looking at the wrong level of reality. They know that the stone wasn't a barrier, it was a door. Hey guys, I recently went looking for Sasquatch with Survivorman, Les Stroud, and some other excellent researchers you may recognize deep in the Canadian wilderness. It was a fantastic trip, and I'm honestly so excited to share it with all of you very soon here on the channel. So make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss it. I made lifelong friends on this trip and gained some really deep and meaningful insights on Sasquatch and life in general. And one more thing, my health. Being as far from a doctor as we
How do you make lifelong friends when you just met them? I don't think that saying makes a lot of sense.
It's not something I take lightly, and you shouldn't either. That's why I want to quickly tell you about one great way that I personally take care of my health whenever I travel to the US. So if you're American or traveling to America, you'll want to hear this. It has to do with the sponsor of today's video, ZocDoc. A few years ago, a fellow investigator was doing field work deep in the bush when he picked up a serious tick bite.
Yep.
Not long after, he started having tremors, extreme fatigue, and brain fog, and when he tried to get help, he ran straight into the system. Long hold times, bouncing between clinics, and the earliest specialist covered by his insurance was over 2 months out. And while he waited, well, his symptoms only got worse. That kind of bottleneck is exactly why I agreed to do this sponsorship. These videos take real time and money to produce, but I only partner with tools that actually help you. Tools that cut through the noise and give you control. That's why I use ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can find and book top-rated doctors near you who actually take your insurance. Over 150,000 of them, from regular MDs to nearly every type of specialist you can imagine. You can read real patient reviews, filter exactly what you need, and see open appointment times right away. No phone calls, no waiting around, you just book it. When I was down in the US a while back, an old bicep injury flared up from my powerlifting days. I didn't want to deal with calls, delays, or the weeks of waiting I've dealt with before. So I opened ZocDoc, found the right doctor, and within a couple of days I'd had my appointment, renewed my prescription, and was taken care of. So if you need to get something checked out, whether it's minor or more serious, ZocDoc puts the whole process back in your hands. Take control of your health today. Go to ZocDoc.com/cabininthewoods and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/cabininthewoods. A huge thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video and for finding a better way forward for our health. Now, let's get back to the episode. This brings us to July 1924, a place now known as Ape Canyon on the eastern flank of Mount St. Helens. A group of 5 gold miners, led by a man named Fred Beck, had built a small log cabin near a deep gorge. They weren't looking for monsters, they were looking for a vein of quartz, actually. But for days, they felt the weight of the forest, as they later described it. They heard this rhythmic thumping on the canyon walls. Not echoes, but...
Not gonna lie, that low-key scared the shit out of me.
Deliberate strikes. And then on the night of the 11th, the gateway was breached. Beck and his men reported that several mountain devils, huge, hairy, bipedal creatures, began a coordinated siege on their cabin. These weren't shy, elusive animals operating on instinct. They were throwing rocks, the size of bowling balls in some cases, at the roof of this cabin. They were slamming their bodies against the heavy door. One miner actually fired his Winchester through a gap in the logs, hitting one of the creatures in the chest. It fell into the gorge, but it didn't leave a body behind. The next morning, the miners fled for their lives. Understandable, right? They left their gear, their gold, and their sanity in that canyon. When the Forest Service and the local newspapers sent teams up to investigate, they found the cabin pelted with stones, just like the men had said. They found 14-inch, four-toed tracks pressed deep into the mud. But here's the detail that changes everything. The miners didn't say that the creatures ran up the mountain. They said that the creatures moved with unnatural speed toward a specific outcropping of basalt. And then they simply weren't there anymore. Less than 2 miles from that cabin is the entrance to the Ape Caves, one of the longest, most complex lava tubes in North America. Basically a tunnel that leads into a dark, interconnected labyrinth that the sun hasn't touched in 10,000 years. This is where we see the first flicker of the evidence of suppression. In the immediate aftermath of this Ape Canyon attack in 1924, the official response was strange, to say the least. The local sheriff called it mass hysteria. The Forest Service called it bears. Heard that one before. Standard procedure, basically. But look at the land records from the following years. Quietly, without public debate, the zones surrounding those lava tube entrances began to see these reclassifications. Areas that were once open for mining and exploration were suddenly labeled as geologically unstable or environmentally sensitive. The government didn't ban you from going into the woods, not exactly, but they started building fences around the holes. It was the first time we saw a pattern that would repeat for essentially the next century. A violent encounter with this subterranean tribe, followed by a sudden federal interest in capping the geology of that area. They weren't just sealing a mine for safety in case someone fell down. They were sealing a gateway. But Ape Canyon was just the start, because as we moved east into the heart of the Industrial Revolution, we didn't just find natural caves. We started building them ourselves. And that's when the two worlds, well, they basically collided. Next, we're heading to the Appalachian Shield, where a wartime secret and a red-eyed legend reveal exactly what happens when we build our houses on top of theirs. Part 2, The Industrial Labyrinth, Appalachia and the Mothman. We're moving east now, away from the volcanic raw glass of the Pacific Northwest and into the oldest, most bruised mountain range on this planet, the Appalachians. If the West is defined by its massive open voids, the East is defined by its density. This is a landscape that has been folded, crushed, and mined until the very bones of the earth are exposed. This is the Appalachian Shield, and behind its canopy of oak and maple lies a subterranean labyrinth that defies every map ever drawn by a coal company. To understand the scale of what we're talking about, you have to understand karst topography. In the West, the tunnels were made by fire, but here they were made by time and water. For 300 million years, acidic rainwater has been eating away at the limestone, carving out these cathedral-sized chambers and narrow, winding arteries that stretch for hundreds of miles. Kentucky's Mammoth Cave is the poster child for this. Over 400 miles of surveyed passage. But the local cavers will tell you that that's just the gift shop. The real network, the unmapped dark zone, spans the entire ridge from Alabama to Pennsylvania. But in the mid-20th century, we did something that changed the geography of this region forever. We stopped waiting for nature to carve the caves, and we started digging them ourselves. We honeycombed the mountains for coal, iron, salt, and during World War II, we built something even more secretive, the TNT area. Just outside of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, lies a sprawling 8,000-acre tract of land, officially known as the McClintock Wildlife Management Area. But to the locals, it will always be the TNT area. During the 1940s, this was a high-security explosives manufacturing facility. The government constructed hundreds of these concrete, igloo-like bunkers, massive, rounded domes partially buried in the earth, designed to store thousands of tons of high explosives. These bunkers weren't just sheds, they were heavy-duty, reinforced concrete shells, often vented into the hillsides. And here's where the hard facts meet the high strangeness. The TNT area wasn't built on solid ground. It was actually built directly on top of a massive pre-existing karst drainage system. When the Army Corps of Engineers began blasting those hillsides to set the foundations for these bunkers, they didn't just move dirt. They opened a door. This brings us to November of 1966. Most of you probably know the legend of the Mothman. You know, the red eyes, the wings, and the tragedy of the Silver Bridge. But if you look past the headlines and into the witness statements from that year, a different pattern emerges. The creature wasn't just visiting Point Pleasant. It was living there. The most famous sighting occurred on November the 15th, when two young couples, the Scarberrys and the Millettes, were driving through that TNT area late at night. They reported seeing a 7-foot-tall, broad-shouldered figure standing near a power plant. It didn't fly away like a bird. It kind of shuffled with a heavy bipedal gait. When they fled in their car, the creature chased them at speeds of nearly 100 miles per hour. But it's what happened after the chase that matters to our investigation. For the next 13 months, sightings of the bird, or the big man, were concentrated almost exclusively around these abandoned bunkers. Witnesses reported hearing heavy footsteps on the concrete roofs of the igloos. They reported a vile metallic stench emanating from those open vents. And then there were the unofficial reports from the researchers who arrived on the scene in late 1966. When a few brave locals and investigators finally worked up the nerve to enter the sealed bunkers, they didn't find empty rooms. In the furthest, darkest corners of these concrete domes, specifically the ones where the foundations had cracked and intersected with the natural limestone caverns below, well, they found nests, massive, matted piles of its natural voids. Basically, it had moved into our house. This brings us to some more evidence of suppression.
I was in the Air Force, and about 1990, we had training. It was an elective training course in Washington State.
Okay.
And as we're heading out, our instructor said, you know, I might as well go ahead and tell you guys now. I don't know what you think about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, but they are real. The government knows about them, and they're in this area.
Why do you think he would told you that?
Well, to be careful. He said, you know, if you do see one, don't engage it, because we had guys in a training class previous, and they did engage it, and it did not end well.
The reaction of the federal government to
The federal government?
To the TNT area sightings wasn't one of curiosity. It was one of immediate, aggressive containment. Within 48 hours of the nests being reported, and those reports leaking to local researchers, the Army Corps of Engineers was dispatched to this McClintock tract. They didn't conduct a biological survey, though, and they didn't set up trail cameras. They brought in heavy machinery. Official records from the Department of Defense show a sudden emergency maintenance order for the TNT area in early 1967. The igloos that had been reported as occupied were immediately prioritized for decommissioning. The heavy steel doors were welded shut. In cases where the bunkers had intersected with natural cave openings, the Army didn't just seal the door, they used thousands of tons of backfill to bury the entire structure, literally erasing the intersections from the map. The public justification was structural instability and public safety. Surprise, surprise, right? Due to the age of the concrete, they said. But why the rush exactly? Why weld a door shut when a simple padlock would suffice? And why focus specifically on the bunkers that sat atop the karst drainage lines? The evidence of suppression here is physical. It's the capping of the labyrinth. By burying those bunkers, they weren't just hiding a World War II secret. They were cutting off our access to the second map. They were closing the windows through which we could glimpse the residents, the true original residents of the Appalachian Shield. Think about the timing. This was the same era when the Triangle of Silence, which I've discussed in a previous episode, began to solidify. A period where reports of anomalous biology were being systematically reclassified as hallucination or hoax by these powerful federal agencies managing our public lands. But while the press was told that there was nothing to see, the engineers were busy with the concrete. The Appalachian segment proves that this wasn't just about natural caves. It proves that the line between our world and theirs is thinner than we think. We built the tunnels. We opened the doors. And for a brief window in 1966, the things that live in the dark moved in. But the government didn't like what it saw through those open doors. And as we've seen time and time again, when the hard facts get too close to the surface, the solution is always the same. Seal it, bury it, deny it. But you can't bury a network that spans half of the continent. And as we move further south into the deep, humid voids of the Ozarks and the Bayou, we realize that the negative space isn't just a place to hide. It's a place to survive. Because in the south, the tunnels aren't just dark. They're underwater. And the things that move through them have learned how to cross the one barrier we thought was impenetrable. Next, we descend into the drowning voids, where the search for a ghost in the woods becomes a search for something much, much deeper. Part 3. The Deep Descent. The South. As we cross the Mason-Dixon line and move into the humid, heavy air of the Deep South, the geology underneath us undergoes a terrifying transformation. We aren't just standing on a hollowed-out mountain range anymore. We're standing on a sponge. This is the region of the drowning voids. From the limestone bluffs of the Ozarks in Missouri, down to the salt domes of Louisiana and the porous karst of the Florida Panhandle, the earth here is saturated. Missouri alone boasts over 7,500 documented caves, but that number is a polite fiction, to be honest, because it only accounts for the dry ones, the ones humans can breathe in. Beneath the water table lies a second hidden empire of flooded aquifers and subterranean rivers that move millions of gallons of water every hour through passages that have never seen a single photon of light. To a human being, a flooded cave is obviously a death trap. but to a biological entity with superior lung capacity, a high tolerance for cold water immersion, and an intimate knowledge of the terrain, it's kind of the ultimate tactical advantage. It's a door that we can't lock. This brings us to the indigenous roots of the region. The Choctaw and the Muskogee Creek peoples have lived alongside these drowning voids for millennia. Their oral histories don't just speak of a hairy man in the woods. They speak of the Champe. According to Choctaw lore, the Champe is a giant, foul-smelling, hairy entity that's explicitly linked to deep swamp reaches and inaccessible limestone sinks. The elders warn that the Champe doesn't just run away when pursued. It sinks. It retreats into the boils, the deep blue artesian springs where water bubbles up from the earth, and it doesn't come back up. For centuries, we dismissed these stories as metaphors for the dangers of the swamp. Seems reasonable enough, right? But in the late 1970s, the hard facts caught up to the folklore in a way that remains one of the most suppressed accounts in the history of the Ozarks. It was May of 1978, near the town of Russellville, Arkansas. Two brothers, experienced mineral prospectors who spent their lives navigating the abandoned silver and zinc mines of the region, were exploring a deep vertical shaft that had been out of operation for nearly 50 years at that point. The lower levels of the mine were dead, completely flooded by the rising water table. As they sat on a dry ledge about 80 feet below the surface, checking their equipment, they heard a sound that shouldn't have been possible. It wasn't a drip or a rock fall or anything else you'd expect to hear down there. It was the sound of something breaking the surface of that black, stagnant water in the flooded shaft below them. A massive, matted, dark-haired creature emerged from the water. It didn't struggle. It climbed out with a fluid, powerful grace that suggested this wasn't the first time it had navigated a flooded tunnel. The brothers described it as being over 7 feet tall, with shoulders that nearly brushed the walls of the narrow drift. It stood on the ledge, barely 10 feet from them, and shook itself off like a massive wet canine. And then, without acknowledging their presence, it stepped into a dry, unmapped side tunnel and vanished into the mountain. Think about the biological implications of this encounter. If Sasquatch is utilizing flooded aquifers to move between cave systems, it explains every impossible disappearance in the history of the South. It explains how a creature can be sighted in a swamp surrounded by miles of open water and then vanish before a single airboat can arrive. They aren't teleporting, at least not necessarily. They're diving. They're using the water-carved voids as a pressurized high-speed transit system that's fundamentally closed to human pursuit. Now, let's look at the evidence of suppression in this region. In the years following this Russellville encounter, and several similar reports throughout the 1980s, the federal government's approach to cave management underwent a radical and quiet shift. This is where we again see that triangle of silence exert its true legal power. Under the Federal Cave Resources Protection Act of 1988, the government was granted the authority to keep the locations of significant caves confidential, to protect their resources, they said. On the surface, this sounds like environmental conservation, but look at the execution. In regions with high missing 411 clusters and consistent Sasquatch sightings, specifically in the Ozark St. Francis National Forest, well, the Bureau of Land Management and the National Park Service began an aggressive campaign of gating. They didn't just put up signs, they installed massive reinforced steel bat gates and heavy-duty grates over every known entrance to the deep karst systems. The official reason? To protect endangered bat species from white nose syndrome. But here's the anomaly. Many of these caves were gated long before the syndrome had even reached North America. And in cases where the holes were too large or too remote to gate, the government simply used the public safety clause to dynamite the entrances, permanently sealing the drowning voids from human eyes. The evidence of suppression here is the legal wall. By reclassifying these subterranean highways as environmentally sensitive or hazard zones, they've effectively created a sovereign territory right beneath our feet. They've ensured that if you find a water breacher or a champe emerging from a flooded mine, well, you have no legal right to follow it down there. And the government has every legal right to bury the door you used to see it. This isn't just about protecting bats. If it was, they wouldn't have dynamited those cave entrances, destroying the bats' habitat. It's about managing a boundary. When you synthesize the volcanic tubes of the west, the industrial bunkers of the east, and the flooded aquifers of the south, the negative space stops being a theory. It becomes a map of a continent that we share with a resident that we're legally and physically forbidden from acknowledging. We've spent 500 years looking at the trees, waiting for a ghost to step out into the light. But the truth is much older and much deeper. The Sasquatch superhighway isn't a myth. It's the infrastructure of a world that was here before we arrived, and will be here long after we've finished mapping the surface. The most effective way to remain a myth is to stay where the sun can't reach, and where the law says we aren't allowed to follow. Next, we move to our conclusion, the negative map synthesis, where we overlay the sightings, the caves, and the silence to see the true face of the American underground. Brace yourself. Conclusion, the negative map synthesis. We've spent this journey descending. We've moved through the volcanic glass of the Pacific Northwest, into the industrial shadows of Appalachia, and finally into the flooded, rhythmic heart of the Ozark aquifers. By now, the pattern should be screaming at you. This isn't a series of disconnected legends here, folks. It's a single continent-spanning infrastructure. It's the negative map of the United States. When you look at a standard map of this country, you see borders, highways, cities. You see a 2D surface that we've tamed and titled. But when you overlay the 3 data sets we've explored today, well, that surface begins to dissolve pretty quickly. First, we layer on the USGS karst and volcanic inventory. We see the lava tubes and the limestone cathedrals. Second, we layer on the Bureau of Land Management's abandoned mine index. We see the 500,000 on-ramps we've spent 2 centuries boring into the dark. And finally, we layer on the reported sighting clusters of the Sasquatch, the wood ape, and the champe. The correlation is nearly 1-to-1. The hotspots aren't in the middle of the deep forest. They're at the intersections. They're where the natural voids meet our industrial ones. They're the ventilation points where the second map breathes. But there's one final layer to that negative map, the one that explains why you haven't seen this on the evening news. This is the real evidence for suppression. For decades, we've watched a coordinated federal effort to cap these intersections. It isn't just a local ranger putting up a no trespassing sign. It's a systematic, legal, and physical burial of the subterranean frontier. Let's look at the hard facts of the gatekeeping. Under BLM Manual 3809, the government has the authority to bypass standard environmental reviews to remediate abandoned mines. In the last 20 years, in regions with high anomalous activity, we've seen an explosion of the emergency closures of this sort. They aren't just locking the doors, they're using polyurethane foam and high-velocity backfill to permanently erase the entrances. Then we have the Federal Cave Resources Protection Act of 1988. This is the ultimate triangle of silence tool. It allows the Secretary of Agriculture or the Secretary of the Interior to withhold the location and even the existence of cave systems from the public. They can legally delete a mountain-sized void from the public record under the guise of confidential resource protection. When you see a map of a national park and it shows a solid green mass, you're looking at a lie. Beneath that green mass are thousands of miles of sovereign territory that have been legally and physically cordoned off from the American public. So we have to ask the final question here. Why is the government protecting these primitive and yet intelligent bipedal, hair-covered giant humanoids from us? Or are they managing a boundary with a resident that was here long before we arrived? A resident that knows our negative space better than we know our own highways. Sasquatch isn't disappearing into thin air, at least not in every case. It isn't a ghost, and it isn't necessarily traveling interdimensionally all the time either. It's a biological entity playing a 3D game in a world where we're stuck on 2D trails. It's moving beneath the roots, swimming through the aquifers, and nesting in the bunkers we're foolish enough to leave open. The most effective way to remain a myth, again, is to live where the sun can't reach, where the thermal drones can't see, and where the law says we're not allowed to follow. We didn't conquer this frontier. We just built a roof over the parts we couldn't tame. Well, guys, the more I delve into this research, the clearer it is to me that this world is a much deeper, much stranger place than is commonly believed. And this revelation about these vast networks of underground caverns and the beings living in them, the ones that they say shouldn't be there and don't exist, well, it's just another case in point of the strangeness, and quite honestly, the mystical sense of wonder that I think we can quite rightly feel, given the evidence, the growing body of evidence of all this weird stuff going on. We don't have everything nearly as figured out as we think. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories and any evidence you'd care to share in regard to this in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, share it with your family and friends, and subscribe to Cabin in the Woods. Those things help me out a whole lot to keep going. And if you want to show me extra support and appreciation, I'll leave a link to my Patreon page in the description below. For a few bucks a month, you can get exclusive access to me and exclusively posted content that I don't publish anywhere else. But whether you support me on Patreon or not, I'm just very grateful for all of you who have supported me here simply by watching this video. And I look forward to seeing all of you in the next one.
Hmm. I think he blinked. He blinked? I think he blinked. Did it work? E. Yes, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Well, surprise. Okay, let's see here. Okay, there's another one. Wait. Yeah. Sasquatch is. Oh man, Sasquatch, Bigfoot. Shit crazy. Yeah. What time is it? Oh, it's 9:17. Shit. Okay. Oh shit. We're gonna hold off for this then. It's 9:17. I didn't know how late it was. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you guys go. Tomorrow, we're making progress with the V2 model. We're getting close to finishing off. We just gotta put in the color and then make sense of the rest. So, thank you for those who came in. I appreciate it very much so for sitting with us and having us go through the podcast and stuff. Sorry, Nate. Yeah, we're jumping out of here, bud. I'm sorry, my dude. Alright, have a great night, dude. Have a great night, Silver, and everyone. If I missed anything today, we'll just make it up for tomorrow. So, if there's a video you want me to look at, it'll be for tomorrow. Like Big D Randy? Oh my god. Big D Randy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, later, guys. Have a great night.